I always like going for it from the gun because it gets the race started and really fires up other athletes to counterattack you. Higher chance for a breakaway, in my opinion. Shout out to one of our photographers, Island Cyclist on Instagram. Island Cyclist, making you look way too cool on the interwebs. His website, islandcyclist.smugmug.com, usually has the race photos up by later today or tomorrow. No pressure, Island Cyclist. Mike Coe, documenting the sport. Thank you to Jessup Auto Plaza, one of our title sponsors, University of Southern California.
And right now our racers on the final corner. The sprinters are surfing the wheels and ready to pounce with 200 meters remaining, ripping down the boulevard right up the throat. Who's it going to be? A close call. It looks like Sean Big Daddy Bagley takes the win right here, right now. Congratulations to Sean Bagley. A tremendous sprint, taking Craig Miller. Wow, that was an absolute barn burner. Sean Bagley, congratulations. The man from Visalia, glad he made the trip down south. He got over the grapevine somehow, or the El Cajon Pass. Sean Bagley, congratulations. Riders still out on course. Just make sure, keep it safe. Our next event out on schedule on Le Menu, it'll be the 30 plus 3-4. 30 plus 3-4 will be racing for 40 minutes. After 30, we've got the Masters 40 plus at 10:50 a.m. on schedule. Then we're going to have a kids race at 11:40. Allocation of 15 minutes for the kids. That was a tremendous moment last week, Sunday. Kids race had a really good turnout. And then the 50 plus will be dialed in at 11:55, racing for 50 minutes. Around about 12:50 today, category 3s and the collegiates will be battling for 50 minutes, followed by the Cat 4s. And our junior men 15-18 will look for the Watson boys to represent Jack Watson, taking the win yesterday at Rosanna Ranch. Eli having a tremendous early season as well because Bros ride backs. Our Pro Men 1-3 going off at 2:35 for 70 minutes and end of day. Our Elite Women 1-2-3. Our men's race, we had Jason Paez winning yesterday at Rosanna, so he'll be tied with his teammate for the overall points competition.
Really cool to see Jason get a win for himself because he's usually domestiquing for the sprinters all day.
That's right. Corey Williams picking up second yesterday, and John Janik third at Rosanna Ranch. That's a mighty powerful podium. Janik, Corey Williams, and Jason Paez.
Can we get our next race to the starting line? Category 30 plus, 3-4s. To the starting line. This should be fascinating. We got a lot of sprinters in this race. Be interesting to see how this plays out. There's probably 5 to 7 guys that could take this one. It's going to be a who's who. Who brought their sprinting legs? Maybe we'll have a breakaway guy feeling sassy. Wanted to take a poop ski on the bunch sprint. You're official.
And now we're going to hand it over to the man, Ed Keck, our chief official today. Thank you so much, Ed, for all you do. Appreciate everything being so well tuned, well organized, and good luck to the racers out on course, start finish line. Over to chief official Ed Keck.
30 plus, 3/4, racing for approximately 40 minutes. At the appropriate time, we'll show you lap cards showing you 8 laps to go. There's a wheels in, wheels out wheel pit located to your left, about 50 yards past the start finish. If you have a legitimate mechanical incident, please go to the wheel pit. Don't go to your car or 7-Eleven. Go to the wheel pit. We'll sort it out there. You must have a wheel in there. To get a wheel, you may qualify for a free lap up to 5 laps to go. We'll show you lap cards starting at 8. At 5 laps to go, the wheel pit closes. Keep your hands on the bars at all times. Do not do the puppy paws handlebar thing, holding the handlebars with your forearms. You have to have a hand either on the top or the brake hoods or the drops. Riders out of contention may be pulled at my discretion. Motor referee out there with you. Obey all instructions.
very little room to hide in this race. How many we got?
We have out here, right here, I moved it. Yeah, so we have Victorville, let's do a punt, yeah, we have 2 bangs. Right. Right in. Yeah. What do you want to do, bang?
Curious what happened on the backstretch, if anybody took the initiative and lit it up or how it played out. Sometimes those races where you don't get to really light it up and string it out can be frustrating. I always like going home tired. Empty the tank, go home tired.
And here they come. Let's ring that bell. Let's bang the bell for Bang Energy Drink. We're going to give away a Preem Lap. A Preem Lap. A free case of Bang Energy as BMAC is rolling. A Preem Lap, product Preem for the Bang Energy 12-pack on the line. BMAC throwing a couple large shrimps on the Barbie. You know, he's like, I need to warm up. I didn't get my ride on. I'm going hard early, and there he goes. He has already split the field. Okay, good enough. That's awesome. I haven't seen them in a while.
You know, I personally liked when Brian McCulloch was sponsored by BMC because he had his initials on his bike, about as good as it gets right there. B Mick. BMC, that was a good fit for them.
B Mick, elevate. Man, they had a tremendous run, didn't they? Back in the day, they were killing it from the East Coast to the West. They won Redlands, the overall. They won Tulsa Tough, just a myriad of wins. And they really, you know, it's Elevate, and Abrams is running that program. His son now races. Paul Abrams' son is racing, doing great. Elevate really set the bar, set the standard. For sure, it was with undebatable. They were the nation's #1 domestic road team. Even when Legion started its dynasty, it was Elevate winning anything with a climb in it, anything with stage racing. That was Elevate. BMAC and that program, they were absolutely stellar.
Elevate KHS, definitely hot. Break it too, looking promising.
There he goes. Speaking of the man. Oh, that's Michael. That's his teammate. Michael Hammond is now in that move. Hammond is in the move. And Gil Ron picking up the Preem, the Bang Energy Drink. Congratulations to Gil Ron with Ice Speed Racing, BMAC's teammate.
So Gil Ron and Brian McCulloch, that is a deadly match of those two. They're going to take turns sending each other up the road, counter each other, and I'd say just about guaranteed breakaway in this one. Especially with the field being on the smaller side, you're essentially starting in the breakaway. No room to hide. Some of the hardest races I've done were windy days with a small field. Call it the individual time trial. There's nowhere to hide. You got to close gaps. If you don't close it, they're gone. Checking the weather, we had about a 40%. What those numbers mean when you're looking at the weather and it says 40%, it means that 40% of that area has rain. It's actually not a 40% chance of rain. It means that 40% of that area, as the wind blows the clouds and the rain through. I believe we had a peak throughout the day of 40 to 50%. This should be come and go with the rain. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Southern California can sometimes attract fair weather riders.
For they say 40 to 50%, it works every time. So yes, the lovely Sunflower was just mentioning that 40% means of that populace, 40% of that landmass, of that square footage will experience precipitation. Got it. I didn't know that. Brian BMAC at the front as I stutter through it.
Gil Ron. We got Gil Ron,
Okay.
teammates of BMIC, doing a great BMIC impersonation. And rider number 106.
Often in air, never in doubt, Worthington.
Michael Hammond joining Gil Ron on the front. We are strung
Wow.
out single file with gaps. Love to see that. Once you see it single file with gaps, good night.
It is bonkers, absolutely bonkers in the chase, and this is good for BMAC, isn't it? This pandemonium, right? Having a rider out there and then giving chase. Some of those riders, quite frankly, don't know that BMAC is in the field, right? Because he's at a hiatus. He's with the new program, Ice Speed. So this is a perfect setup for Ice Speed to try to load the brake.
They're going to just keep hitting them. Gil Ron maybe gets brought back, and then Brian is going to go off the front. Perfect team tactics. I always explain with teammates, when a guy comes back from the breakaway, it is your duty as a teammate to throw another guy up the road. Even if that guy doesn't have the legs to stay away, him going up the road and being out there for 2 laps is 2 more laps where the peloton is chasing, emptying the collective matches. I like to see it as the peloton has a total amount of maybe 200 matches in this field. If every rider has 10 matches, 10 1-minute full gas efforts at 600 watts, that means you got a total amount of matches of, X amount. As the field runs out of matches, runs out of motivation to chase the breakaway, the chances of something staying away go up exponentially.
That's exactly correct. It is incumbent as a teammate to counter all moves by your teammates. Michael Hammond.
Goodness, going solo. Gil Ron has left his breakaway. Michael Hammond is going to get reabsorbed by the field.
That's right. Hammond is fried, dyed, and laid to the side, and Ron is still at the front, ticking away. And floating and surfing and connecting wheels is Brian McCulloch, his teammate up the road. McCulloch with Ice Speed Racing Big Wheel Coaching in the field.
I know it's early, but I'm calling an Ice Speed Racing 1-2 with Gil Ron and Brian McCulloch. I think Gil Ron has the fitness to stay out there solo for a while. The field is going to tire, and Brian McCulloch's going to jump across, and we will have a 2-man team time trial. Ice Speed Racing, Gil Ron out of Temecula, Marietta, California, and Brian McCulloch, one of the Redlands hitters. Redlands group ride right up there with the world-famous Rose Bowl practice race, Tuesday, Thursdays. Redlands has a hilly offering, doing some of the Redlands stage race. I believe it's the Sunset Loops. And on Thursday, a Criterium flat offering. Starting up here with our time change. We all pitched in, put it in the pot. We're going to get you a little bit more sunshine. Next weekend is our time change. And there is actually legislation being passed where they're thinking of doing away with daylight savings time, or at least changing the clock. So we'll all be on, as I understand it, Arizona time. Went out for the Valley of the Sun stage race, and it was an hour ahead when we crossed into Arizona. Gil Ron getting after it. Substantial gap. Ice Speed Racing, kissing the stem in the drops. Gil Ron making moves.
Gil Ron must have wings because he is absolutely flying as he builds on that gap. Here comes the frothy chase. McCulloch surfing wheels.
The hand is up, asking for help, calling for backup. Team tactics playing a role. I say within the next 2 or 3 laps, we see Brian McCulloch doing his best to jump across solo. So his job right now is to regulate the front and follow anybody that tries to go across. But at this point, nobody's jumping across that gap by themselves. They may be able to work together and bring it back. But we're going to see some beautiful team tactics playing out with Brian McCulloch and Gil Ron. There are non-cyclists out there. The way it kind of works is because of drafting and the way aerodynamics plays out, when you're behind somebody, it saves you about 25 to 30% energy. And when you get up the road solo, you're no longer giving that free ride. So it behooves riders to work together So what Ice Speed Racing has done is they've set Gilron up the road. He is in full time trial mode. The peloton is then forced to chase, no longer getting a free ride from a strong rider like Gil. That then gives Brian McCulloch, Gil's teammate, a more or less free ride to where he's riding it, a 2 out of 10 of his total max time trial effort. Upon which, when they tire, he can jump across solo, create separation, and join his teammate.
And there's Gilron right now on the stretch heading southbound, and he is throwing another log on the fire. A product preem on the line. Muck-off on the line, a product preem. And here comes in chase Ryan DeWald now with Team Skyline, another tremendous team, a powerful team. Skyline in no man's land right now. And again, Ron riding like his hair is on fire.
So this is the most pivotal point of the race so far, at least that we have seen. You've got Brian McCulloch, not quite on the wheel, but he'll be there as I'm speaking, getting across to Gilron. Next time they come through, we should see a break of 3. Got some life advice here. Cold showers will help you to adapt and overcome the inclement weather. Helps your body to cool down faster and to heat up easier. Try it next time. End your next shower in 30 seconds. So we got Gilron jumping out. This is a preem lap. Who wants it? Driving the brake.
Gilron. And it looks like we have 5 riders now amalgamating at the front. So we have a serious mix right now with a Skyline rider in there and 2 Ice Speed Racing riders in McCulloch and Gilron.
So if you are a sprinter, you're not in that lead group, that selection, showtime, time to jump across. As you saw there, big orange rider kind of just being sat on, being forced to pull. There's this age-old battle between breakaway riders and sprinters. Always duking it out for the outcome of the race. Typically, if you take a sprinter in a breakaway, 98.100% of the time, they are going to outsprint you. So it behooves you to break away solo dolo. But I always felt like it was kind of a beautiful unspoken rule that if you're in the breakaway, you deserve to at least get last in the breakaway. And so the breakaway doesn't start attacking each other until you have enough of a gap to where if you got 3 guys in the break, the guy that gets third in that break, he at least deserves to not get caught by the peloton. I feel like that's kind of a unwritten rule amongst thieves, stealing the race via the breakaway.
Help yourself, though. Hey, Product Bream, we're giving away Bang Energy, banging the bell for Bang Energy as Gilron streaking through. Bang Energy on the line. Those 5 riders ticking away, very well organized. If it's not well organized, it can get a bit grippy.
Preem lap, Bang Energy. You got to be first across the line, though. That means up the road in the breakaway. I would say that is our break for the day, folks. Anything can happen. But there's definitely some hitters in our 5-man break. We shall see if these preem laps encourage a further separation out of that break, or if they are content to take 5 to the line. My hunch is that iSpeed Racing is content to have a 2-on-3 advantage of having 40% of the breakaway comprised of their team. Digging deep, emptying the tank, going home tired. Love to see it. Might as well get a workout. Steve Brown in the house. Got Elijah Baker taking the W in our last race there, waiting for the podium.
Skyline is picking up that preem. A strong rider in Ryan DeWald.
Little bit of bickering and debate happening there. Trying to find out if they're going to work together. A few of these guys dangling off the back may be able to get back on, as they are not fully committed to taking all 5 of those brake riders to the line. That lets us know that they are not splitting the workload fully. Some lack of cohesion in our field split. They have let off the gas. You guys can get there. Stay on it. The brake has let off the gas. Never say die. Nothing great happens on accident. You have to intentionally build your best self. And the hardest distance to cover is between the couch and the front door. Sometimes the difference between going out for a ride and racing the couch to glory has all to do with lace-up shoes versus Velcro or boa dials. I'm telling you, on my low motivation days, I grab the shoes that have boa dials. I don't have to worry about lacing them up, because that is the difference between, okay, I'm going to race the couch.
The longest journey begins with a single step, and thank God for Velcro.
I have noticed it does wear out over time. I've got some old Giro shoes that the Velcro has all but juiced the bed.
Well, the journey is the juice, as I like to say. You know, it's everything. It's not the destination, because as soon as you reach your destination, you better queue up. Otherwise, you know, you're going to get busy doing the opposite of living. And that's what cycling does. That's what's the great outdoors and arts in general, music, whatever it may be, being the best of yourself. These riders coming through well organized, as DeWald definitely has a plan. He is definitely checking the dashboard, knowing he's got 2 iSpeed riders in this move. These 3 riders here trying to integrate.
You bring up an interesting point, David, as far as the postpartum depression that can happen after a big event. Let's say you're training for an Ironman or national championships for cycling or state championships. A lot of times after that big event that you were slaying yourself day in, day out, there can be a sort of, we call it the big black dog of depression after you've accomplished a huge goal. We've got our podium, Elijah Baker, flanked on both sides by Hitch.
Big congratulations to Elijah Baker picking up the big win there. Tremendous burst of sprint energy. Elijah Baker taking the top step. So check it out. We've got a couple. This guy's 6'9". That's John Cunningham in our break, back out on course in the 40 plus. John Cunningham, 6'9", racing for Big Orange. Also a Big Orange rider, James Wright. Once played basketball in the European League, in the 16 years in the European League. James Wright and John Cunningham, both out of Bakersfield, California. So we've got a power forward and a point guard. I like it. It is indeed March Madness, one shining moment, and here's your writer right now.
I'm here with Mike Starr. Took second in our previous race, the 30-plus 3-4. Mike, how did it play out in the last lap? We both kind of noticed it was a little bit slow. The sprinters not really wanting to fully commit to a lead out and sacrifice for each other. What did the last lap look like for you? And give us a rundown.
Yeah, it slowed up, and we ended up going through some of these corners 4 or 5 wide on the backside. It was a little bit sketchy, but everybody held their lines. They towards the maybe turn 3, some people decided to take it up and try to go, so it strung it out a bit. But people did leave the inside open, and so it's kind of free for the taking on the inside line. Just moved my way up. Elijah went perfect timing a little bit earlier than us, and the second he hit the gas, we were racing for second.
Where did Elijah jump? And if you had advice to any future races, what would you say?
I think he came through the last corner, probably 4th wheel, and I came through the last corner 3rd. The guy in front of me went basically right out of the last corner, which was too early. Elijah waited for probably a 1,000, 2,000, and then he took it. He probably had a 15-second sprint.
And how's the wind out there on the backstretch, or wind in general? Give us a laydown.
It's a little bit of a headwind through the last corner, but for the most part, it's not too bad. I thought the inside line through the last corner shielded you a little bit, but for the most part, it's still pretty calm.
Thank you, and congrats on your podium. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
We're out here in Ontario, California. This live stream brought to you by Ray Mars via lacrits.com. We are live on YouTube. We are indeed getting comments, making you look far too impressive for your abuelita. Immortalizing you forever on the interwebs. With our glorious live stream today. lacrits.com. Big shout out to Big Orange for making this event possible. University of Southern California and Andy Jessup Auto Plaza. Our leaders' jerseys for the podium brought to you by Jackaroo out of Southern California and Davidson Bike Law. We're going to do our biggest preem of the day, preem lap, Victorville stage race.
A free entry to the Victorville stage race for the winner of this next hot lap up for grabs. A free entry for the Victorville stage race coming to the High Desert March 24th, 25th, and 26th. Prologue on Friday, road race on Saturday, and a downtown criterium on Sunday up in Victorville, presented by Majestic Cycling.
Gotta love being able to race a stage race, sleep at home in your own bed, save on hotel fees. A lot of times chasing the pro cycling dream can be very difficult. I find the faster you get, sometimes the poorer you get. Then the money game starts increasing and the fitness drops. It is indeed a juggling act. Start off with a 5.5 mile prologue time trial at the Victorville stage race. Beauty of the time trial, aka the race of truth, aka ouch, aka stay down in the skis. That's British for aero bars. As you can compare yourself to the best in the nation. See how you stack up in that time trial versus the clock. And more importantly,
I tell you what, if you're over your skis and you're feeling like you got the hunger pang, Tacos by Victor in the house right now, piping hot and delicious and fresh. Had a good chat with my friends from Big Orange Cycling. Always good to see them out here. They are a pillar of the cycling community. Fantastic crew. They had one rule in their program, and that was just don't be a dick. Anyway, good to talk to my friends over at Big Orange, and we're about to score the winner. Who's going to pick up the free entry for the Victorville stage race? Looks like it could be Gil Ron. The free entry as they come through. It's Gil Ron taking that preem. He's racing at Victorville. That's about a $150 value. So congratulations to Gil Ron picking up the free entry. Also in that move, this is fascinating. At 6'9", John Cunningham in the move. He's riding for Big Orange. He's 44 years of age, raced for Big Orange for a few years, but also, importantly, played college basketball for University of Colorado in Boulder. 6'9", the man is a power forward, and he can throw it down, big man. This is March Madness after all, and Cunningham in the break, pursuing one shiny moment, if you will.
Looking like a snack on the attack. 6'9" and feeling fine. Long femurs.
And he
That'll
picked
do
up third place yesterday, talking about Cunningham. And it's James Wright, actually, who played for UC Colorado, the other Big Orange rider. And his son is a prospect at Long Beach, one of the highest-ranked high school basketball hoopsters. So we got a round ball theme going here at March Madness with two Big Orange riders, both with the Palmaris in college basketball. That's interesting.
What are you thinking here, David, as we get down to our closing minutes? We've got two of iSpeed Racing, 40% of our breakaway composed of Gil Ron and Brian McCulloch. Kind of our early bets, but we've definitely got some guys that can throw a wrench in things coming into our closing laps.
And what we're seeing so far is Gil Ron pummeling the pedal, kind of softening the legs. So that does leave the door open for BMAC, Brian McCulloch. McCulloch is riding very smartly, a very intelligent rider. But you can see right here, this crew certainly well organized. And that's why they're putting so much distance at a high rate. You're not seeing a lot of funny business yet. We've seen maybe one floater, but for the most part, extremely well organized time machine. The chain is lubricated. But at some point, we talked about this. Ronnie Toth, there's going to be an annulment at some point. Right now, it's everybody's agreeing to share the load, but at some point that marriage contract is just shattered, right? It's Sonny and Cher and whatever, Gene Simmons and Cher and husband number 7. So it's rock and roll and country out there right now, and I want to say thank you again to Majestic Cycling for making this whole thing happen. And for those of you who think that these races go on without human intervention, you'd be sadly mistaken. Big shout out to Davison Bike Law. Cassidy Davidson doing a tremendous job with Davison Bike Law. Sponsorship also, I want to thank Jack Rue. The jersey is illuminated. The latest jersey for the M23, the Majestic Cycling Points Competition jersey. The latest jersey is fabulous. It's amazing. Thank you, Jack Rue. And, of course, my friend Andy Jessup with Jessup Auto Plaza out of Palm Springs, California.
Holla, Palm Springs local. I was actually just riding with Andy yesterday at the Desert Bicycle Club group ride. And the bike truly is the fountain of youth. The guys in that group riding 80 years old, going strong. They've got FTPs at 300 watts. Got Brian McCulloch on the inside. Looks like the group is still cohesive. Should be fascinating to see how this plays out. Team tactics galore. Our last 15 to 20 minutes here.
And that was DeWald just kind of feathering through. See what he's doing, ladies and gentlemen? He's at the front, but he doesn't want to possess the front. No glory pulls. He's done his pull. He's going to go diagonal off, knowing that he's outnumbered. There's no impetus on him to drive the brake.
Next event of the day is going to be our free kids race. Go ahead and make your way over towards our start-finish area. Get those legs spinning. Learn how to shift those gears. talk out some tactics with mom and dad. Our free kids race scheduled for 11:40 a.m. That belly's rumbling. You're looking for some warmth. Tacos Victor. That chicken. Carne asada, al pastor, papusas, and more. Feed your belly. Catch that stoke with Bang Energy. Giving out free drinks all day. We got 6 flavors for you. Peach, mango, rainbow unicorn, star blast, lemon drop, sweet iced tea, cotton candy.
We are not yet on the laps, and we will have an Ocho, lap 8. We're starting on 8 because this is a 0.8 mile course. So rather than a typical 5 lap on a Grand Prix where the first card shown is number 5, today, number 8. So we will soon see 8 on the lap. And right now, 5 representing that break, well organized, working together, taking the point, rolling off like a conveyor belt. 5 riders in the break.
Shows you just how calculated some of these breakaway riders are. Is they're cognizant enough to pay attention to the race duration, how long they've been out there. They know exactly when they should be seeing lap cards. Got our boy Dalton Thornberry. Long hair, don't care. Getting ready to maybe double dip in the pro race later on. 1, 2, 3, along with the standalone Cat 3 is my guess. Love seeing some of our hitters show up early. Rider number 108 on the front. Never say die. Attempting to bring that break back. I regret to inform you the lifestyle you have ordered is no longer available. It's a joke I have with some of my buddies when talking about inflation. Like, a new house costs what? The lifestyle you ordered is no longer available. Look, silver, gold, Bitcoin, get some.
Well, so nonetheless, what a time to be alive. Right now, we've got Barnwell, Gilron, BMAC, Ryan DeWald, and John Cunningham with Big Orange coming through with 8 laps to go. 8 on the cards. Everybody, welcome to Ontario, California.
Goodness, David, when do you think they're going to start breaking that treaty? Maybe sending guys up the road?
Well, we heard DeWald. DeWald was literally just a lap ago looking over start-finish officials. When are we going to start seeing laps? Well, that's because what he's calculating. He's looking at the dashboard, right? He's also testing the legs, seeing how much sugar he's got left, right? Because these redundant attacks will wear you down. It's the cumulative effect of these repetitious attacks. So right now he is trying to suss out how long can he go. Is he going to sprint or is he going to be a flyer? The issue right now for DeWalt and for Cunningham and for Barnwell is the fact that iSpeed has 2 riders in the move. So that's 2 out of 5 riders with iSpeed. That's 40% of the breakaway represented by iSpeed Cycling. That is going to be the treacherous figuring out. What you really want to do is have Big Orange, Team Skyline talk to one another, and Velo Pasadena, Barnwell, and say, look, don't chase me down. We were outnumbered here. That's the meeting that I would have. Sometimes you want to translate that non-verbal, like a head nod. Big Orange goes up the road. Pasadena goes, I'm not going to chase. Vice versa. Here comes our main pack. We are looking at 8 laps to go on a 0.8 counterclockwise lap.
We very well could see the remainder of our peloton. I guess you could call it a field split because we're about 50-50 split, get caught a lapping of the field. And what happens when that is the case is that it throws a wrench in things and kind of changes the dynamic. Big Orange does have a rider in the break. Brian McCulloch looking strategically to use that to his advantage.
And there goes BMAC right on cue on the left. He's going to stir it up. It's his turn now. 7 laps to go.
A huge tactic that I used as a breakaway rider is when there is an imminent lapping of the field, if you can break away from your brake mates, jump across to that. You can take shelter, get a little bit of help, get strung along by what would be the chase, as opposed to just going off the front and being in no man's land. It's definitely a tactic that could play in here. If you are the first rider to get across to the riders that you're about to lap, it'll give you a little bit of respite, and you can then encourage them to kind of carry you or just drag them along, hide a bit before the rest of your brake mates are able to lap the field. I'm thinking that's what Brian McCulloch is thinking and jumping across, but my hunch is that he doesn't have quite enough pop at this point in the race to create the separation from his fellow brake mates. But we shall see. The next lap should be quite telling.
Yeah, if you're in that break too, head on a swivel. Head on a swivel. That is to say, if you hear a click, if you hear any misfire, and you've got to have head on swivel to check what's happening behind you. Sometimes the best place to be in a break like this is tail gunning. Why? Because you get to see all information. And here comes, this is the chase with 7 laps to go.
Can we get our kids race to the Bang Energy Tent? We are giving children energy drinks, and then we are sending you home. No, I am kidding. But please come to the Bang Energy Tent. We have the kids race up next following this. And for our adults who are capable of handling caffeine and sugar, we have free energy drinks, the Bang Energy Tent. Chase that with the Tacos Victor.
And here you go right now, looking at 6 laps to go. Cunningham, DeWald, McCulloch, Gilron, and James Barnwell all in the hunt. Who's it going to be? Your guaranteed top 5 right there. They've got a substantial chunk of real estate on the chase. Oh, my goodness, this is where the wick gets sticky. Light the candles, baby. It is on here at Majestic Cycling.
These are the sort of conditions I always love racing in. Creates a little bit of adversity, and people will quit in their head. I know this is a Justin Williams quote. He said, when they were racing in the rain, he likes to attack from the gun. You find out who really wants to race their bike and who is willing to call it quits before it ever begins. There are no such thing as hard conditions, only soft riders. A lot of good metaphors for life and the bike, right, David?
Well, certainly. One of the metaphors is taking on a headwind. I mean, the headwind can be your friend if you overcome it, right? If you pop, if you poop out because it's too windy, the elements just aren't right, then you become fair weather. And if you're fair weather, you just wait for it. Life will throw you a curveball. You've got to be ready, and that's what sport does. It tests you, and you find out something about yourself. How much can you endure? If you keep pushing that envelope, you find you can endure way more than you thought than you can ever imagine.
Certainly. I found that the endurance, tenacity, and grit that you cultivate on the bike, suffering when no one is watching, doing your intervals on the rainy days, on the 115-degree days, you put yourself in the box. When no one's watching, you can shine when all eyes are on you. And that same grit and tenacity will transfer over into all aspects of your life. So if you're looking for a mental upgrade, you can get off the couch and build your best self via bicycle. Looking at 5 laps to go, 5 to go, 5 laps to go.
And Big John Cunningham at the front doing the work, lifting the pace. Big Orange.
Our kids race up next. We see our future champions warming up. Spinning is winning. See some hitters out here today.
Absolutely. Looks like the Mexico Nationals jersey there. That's pretty cool.
There's actually a few races in Mexicali over the weekend.
I've raced in Mexicali. I've raced in Guadalajara as well, and they love the sport south of the border. They bring out the entire town into the plaza. Usually there's a governor and the mayor comes out. They have huge podium ceremonies in Mexico bicycle racing. Absolutely had a great time down there doing some races like Guadalajara. Raced Colima, Mazatlan as well. Oh, yeah, good times. Orale, orale. La victoria siempre.
I didn't realize that cycling was cool until I went overseas, and it's definitely the second most popular sport in the world. Our chase, not giving up, still putting some watts out. Big Orange, rider 112, staying absolutely fresh. I say he takes the field sprint. Just chilling, waiting to unleash fury. It's always frustrating when you miss the move. But lesson learned. When in doubt, chase him down.
Well, here we go with 4 laps to go. Who has the legs today? 4 to go here at Ontario. Welcome to Majestic Cycling as DeWald takes a pull, rolls off. Behind him is James Barnwell with Velo Pasadena. Next in line, Gil Ron with iSpeed Racing Team. And there's Cunningham, Big Orange, 6'9". Throw it down, big man. And Brian McCulloch representing iSpeed Big Wheel Coaching.
Tactically, the way I think this is going to play out is my hunch is that Brian McCulloch is fresher than Gilron. I say iSpeed Racing sends Gilron up the road, makes the break chase, and then they use Brian McCulloch to try and seal the deal in the sprint. Brian is the sort of rider where he's probably not purely a sprinter, but if he can follow somebody, be in their slipstream and then pop out the last second. So that's my prediction as of now is risking it with Gilron and relying on Brian McCulloch to seal the deal out of our reduced sprint from the breakaway.
Well, certainly the pressure is on iSpeed to represent having, again, 2 out of 5. So at some point, yes, I really, in my mind, it wasn't about leading out. When you have a hard day like this and you have a teammate, I always felt like leading out was the improper thing to do because that only benefits your opponent. So the idea is to make your opponent uncomfortable, anxious. So in my mind, the best move, attack. A solo attack, a floater. It's a matter of when to do it. I think right now is a little early. Still looking at 4 laps to go out on course. But for me, that's the best move to set up the win is an attack from the breakaway. This is your chase group here with 4 laps remaining. And here comes on turn number 4 right now. So the front end of the race can now see the back end of the race with what will be 3 laps remaining.
They do still seem to be working collectively, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of team tactics play out in our closing laps. 3 laps to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
With 3 laps to go, and wheel number 2, that's James Barnwell, Velo Pasadena.
We've got an attack on the right. Right.
That's DeWald, good eye. Skyline now saying it's time to shake. It's time to bake. With 3 laps to go, there goes DeWald with Team Skyline.
Not content to take it to the line. This is just the sort of thing that could lead to all 5 racers finishing separated, just turning into a 2-lap full gas time trial as they close gaps and take craps on our sprint from the breakaway.
And you've got to dig. Right now's the time. This is decision time. Do you let something like DeWald float? Because if I'm a non-iSpeed rider, I do. I let that man float. I let DeWald get some space, and then I'm just going to surf wheels. It's really a game of tactics because maybe McCulloch will say, I don't know if I believe you. Like maybe you're going to sit and jump. There's a lot going on at 30 miles an hour, a chess match, if you will, out on course. What do you do when DeWald goes? Do you chase or do you hover?
You know, personally, for me as a breakaway guy, I would probably sit on and then wait for someone else to try and bring it back. And if I didn't see it happen, then I would try and jump across. But the goal is to jump across and not take anyone else with you.
And look what's happening right now as they're about to connect, perhaps on this lap. Cunningham in a spot of bother. It's getting a bit ragged at the back. Cunningham's going to have to scratch to get back on terms.
2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
2 laps remaining. McCulloch, Barnwell, DeWald, and Gil Ron drilling it at the front.
Seems like Cunningham did get a little bit lucky there, was able to get back on as the break let off a bit as they're coming up behind. What's left of the peloton would be the chase. This race, we pretty much had a 50-50 field split that grew gradually from a breakaway and kind of grew a bit. Our kids race, please come to the Bang Energy tent for your instructions. You guys are up next. Time to shine. Let's see who's done their homework. Going to be 2 kids races, a full lap for one of the races and a shorter just straightaway for the younger riders. champions in training. Start them young. Get your kids into bikes, and they'll never have money for other troublesome things. Bikes are expensive. But the beauty of a bike is you can change your life. Ride yourself into hope. Be a $200 bike you got at the pawn shop or off Craigslist. I'm a big fan of the used pony. Change that brain chemistry. Build your best self. The hardest distance to cover is between the couch and the front door. Clip in, dip out. A better you is just up the road.
Absolutely. And here we go right now inside of 2 laps ago. When they come through, it's going to be bell lap. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on to your shirts. We are ringing the bell. 1 lap to go.
And we are all back together. Our breakaway has indeed lapped the field. Will certainly change this dynamic in what would have otherwise been a 5-man sprint from the breakaway. Big Orange, as a factor, has their sprinter, which could turn into a lead-out guy for Cunningham.
That is one tall tree. I mean, if you wanted to get a draft and some rest time, you get behind 6'9". That man is an oak, and he's really strong. He's a diesel rider. But at some point, you're looking to find the pop, right? It's going to happen. To my mind, you can come out of that in second place. So if you're in a box of 20 or 30, second, third is fine. Even I feel like it's too far to go coming out of that final corner. You want to be on wheel number 2 would be my best premium spot for that Goldilocks position, just right.
Big shout out to our photographers. Look so pro on the interwebs. Got Island Cyclist, Mike Coe, Instagram handle Island Cyclist. Make sure you tag your boy when you repost. The interwebs are forever, or at least until the EMP hits. Last lap. Who's gonna pop out of this corner?
And
got
here,
Skyline.
it does indeed look like DeWald. That looks like a Skyline rider with ferocity, obliterating the field. Congratulations, Ryan. Boom! DeWald taking gold here at Majestic Cycling. That's Ryan DeWald coming out of the break, jumping for the big win. Timing it to perfection. DeWald showing the boys a clean, fresh pair of wheels.
I appreciate the cautiousness and not going with a full post up, just a one-hand salute out here in the rain, little bit of wind. Stay safe. You don't want to be the guy that takes the W and then takes a spill. We've got our kids race momentarily. Going to be a nasty sprint. About 100 meters. Duking it out on their ponies, making mom and dad proud, our future champions.
Let's bring in Elvia Sanchez, the foundation, on the mic.
Hey, we are here again at Majestic Cycling Crit number 2. So, hey, or actually number 3. Sorry about that. We had Rosanna Ranch. We were up racing up off of Devore. All right, so we've got our future, the future of cycling, our kids. So we're going to send them off all the way to the finish and cheer them on. And then after that, we've got the older kids. Are going to be 1 full lap. So, all right, so let's go ahead and count them down. So 3, 2, 1, go! And here they come, and they're spinning, spinning, spinning. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. Go, 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 go. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Can he close the gap? It's going to be close. Goodness.
Awesome, awesome, awesome job. Come on.
Taking the overall win.
Hey, I want to see a big wheel out here. Who's got a big wheel? We got to have a big wheel next.
All the way through. We got a cat
Go,
ear
go,
gal.
go, go.
Rider 511
Whoop, whoop.
in the
Awesome.
cat
Keep
ears.
going. Keep spinning. Awesome. Keep going. Keep them straight. Keep them straight. Great job. Great job.
all the way
Whoop, whoop.
through the
All right.
line. Growing up, my dad used to say,
All right, let's bring the older kids to the start line. We're gonna do one full lap.
Growing up, my dad used to say, don't just pedal to the line, pedal through the line. And sometimes it makes a difference. We got some nice bikes out here.
He was fine. Wait, where are you going?
Polished aluminum, looking
going that
pro.
Turn around.
Gil Ron
All
putting
right,
on a good
let's
show
go.
on the breakaway there. Kids race to the starting line.
All kids that are gonna do one full lap.
Quick thank you to all of our parent riders. Kids, look around at the adults. If you don't know where to go, we got adults, raise your hand. Okay, so look out for these guys. They're going to be with you the entire lap. Also, for our younger riders, we have a medal for you. And we also, I think, have a medal for the big kids, too. Okay, you guys ready? On your marks, get set, go! Good luck!
We got a young McCulloch in there. Seamus McCulloch fighting for it. Future Mexican national champion on the front. Clipping in, dipping out, creating that gap. Apexing on these corners. Shiny side up, rubber side down. Gonna get our under 10 KOM on Strava. Patent pending.
Also, if you did the kids race, we have medals for you at the registration table. Just come see us for kids race medals. Thank you.
And at the end of the kids race, please come to the podium, get your medal. Momentarily, we should see our kids race champion coming around the corner. Clean wheels. Nice sizable gap. My money's on the Mexican national champion jersey wearing rider. He took off in a hustle. Clip in, dip out. Breakaway from the gun. Oh, it's going to be close. We got two riders together. A third in trail. Our final straightaway. Who's got legs? Who knows how to best work their gears? Throwing a big gear out of the saddle. Rider on the aluminum unbranded bike. It's going to be close. Who wants it all the way through? Push, push, push. Goodness. Rider 503 posting up. Professional in the making. Love to see it. Top three right there, folks. There is your podium with a commanding gap. Finishing strong. Spinning is winning. Good job. We got Julie bringing it in strong. Good job, Loxon. We talked to Loxon last week. Maybe he'll give us another interview if he's not too busy. Champion in the making, making mom and dad proud. His dream is race the Tour de France someday. Putting in the work early here in Ontario, California. Rider 247 finishing strong on the mountain bike in the Rafa kit. Coasting in. Rider 506. And kids race, make your way to the podium and get your medal. Empty the tank, go home tired. Maybe ask Mom for some tacos before you head out. Mike Coe, Island Cyclist on Instagram, make you look way too cool on the interwebs.
Do we have Shane McCulloch out on course? Is that the young man's name?
Seamus McCulloch.
Seamus, that's right. Seamus, a young budding rock star on social media. Seamus out on course drilling it.
Good job digging deep all the way through to the finish. She's looking strong in the purple mittens, making moves. Yeah, on the Live Women's Pacific bicycle.
Hey, this is kind of cool. We're going to have a word with our winner of the 40 plus in and out of course, the action out on course. We're going to be joined shortly by Ryan DeWald from Philadelphia, lives in Canada. We just saw him jettison from that 5-man break to pick up a huge win in the 40 plus. Ryan DeWald, yeah, stop on by. Goodness, here he is now. First, what do you got out on course there? Ronnie? Okay, we're good. Is that Seamus? All right. We're going to be testing for Captain Crunch and other sugar cereal products out on course because these kids are on fire.
High fructose corn syrup, illegal boosting. See who eat their Wheaties today. Finishing strong. Seamus push. It's going to be close. Who wants it? It's going to come down to a bike throw. And
Seamus McCulloch has just shown you how it is done. Represented and coached by a proud daddy with Big Will Coaching out of Yucaipa, California. Give it up, Ontario, California, for that young man.
I can tell you what, he is only going to move up in the podium rankings with the DNA of Brian and Joy McCulloch. Back to our Masters race interview.
Yeah, talk about champion DNA. I'm joined by another champion who really is all about giving back to the kids, about getting kids on bicycles. And also he's all about nonprofit organizations. I'm talking about Ryan DeWald, who one of his passion projects is winning the race with diabetes. Ryan DeWald, tell me about the antithesis of that program, how it started with you, and some backstory.
Well, I raced as a professional since I was in my early 20s, and then when I was 34, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. That really set me back a little bit, and especially when I was told I wasn't going to win bike races anymore, and the one thing I loved to do was race bikes. So, you know, I came back to the sport. It was a little shaky because I was introducing insulin to my body. It was a whole new level of management, and I came back to winning bike races using technology, insulin pumps, continuous glucose monitors, and since then I won quite a few races. I raced as a professional for a couple years after that, and then I started my own professional team, Team Skyline's UCI Continental team. We have 7 guys racing in Greece right now.
That is fantastic. And we've seen great things from UCI Continental Skyline, a team that I believe you are the founder, and you also are a walking inspiration, or maybe we call it a pedaling inspiration. But for what you do, your story, when did you discover that you had this illness that you were able to overcome, talking about the diabetes?
Well, I had a really good racing season in 2013, and 2014 started off on the wrong foot. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I went to the doctor, and they told me I was sick. I was never going to get better. After that, it was, you know, fully focused on getting better the best I could, and I'm here still today winning bike races.
Absolutely, and you did that in fashion with panache. And you can find this guy's story, Ryan DeWald. If you check the web, just Google him. You'll see his story of inspiration. So let's break down the race here. Let's break it down like a frog in biology class. Let's dissect it. You were outnumbered, Brian McCulloch. Now, he hasn't been racing a ton, been focusing on his coaching and family, but ice speed. 2 riders in that, 2 out of 5. My calculations, 40% of the break represented, so you had to have been somewhat concerned about the numbers game.
Yeah, no, I was definitely outnumbered, so I made a run for the bunch with 3 to go. I took a jump to catch the pack that we were coming up on because I had a rider in there, and I needed a little help. So I went up to that group and hoping to get a little help there, and then the attack started to come again, so I had to stay on point. And with I had to jump early, basically. Coming into the last stretch, I didn't want to get cute with two other guys there trying to outride me, so I took some risks through the wet corners, and it paid off.
It paid off indeed. It looked like some of your moves were measured, some of your other moves were calculated. You trying to get across to that group, knowing that you had riders in there, made a ton of sense. So that was awesome. Tell me before we got on the next race, when did you jettison? Talking about the final kilometer here, you came out of the final corner first with an arduous gap. When did you say bye-bye? We have it on LA Crits, by the way. And by the way, lacrits.com, check it out, and you'll be able to see your move from up above. But tell us where you left.
Well, in between, into the last couple corners here, whatever, the last two corners, I hit it pretty hard there because it was a little greasy. That corner was a little slick. Everybody had a little slide in it once or twice, so I figured I'm going to go as fast as I can into that thing and just freak everybody out. It seemed to work.
Well, it did work indeed. Congratulations to Ryan DeWald for taking the bull by the proverbial horns and saying, "This is mine. I'm inspired." When you go back, are you going back to Canada or is it a Philly thing?
I leave next Saturday, and I'll be driving back to Canada the long way, hit a few races along the way, and stop by my folks' place in Pennsylvania before I get back to Canada.
All right, we'll see you at Podium Plaza. And now back over to Ronnie Toth.
Can we get the 50 plus to the line, get you guys warmed up? Ready to roll. 50 plus, our next race on the docket. Taking in calories between races, double dipping. Stage 2 cycler out of Marietta, California. Monster Racing, rolling deep. 4 riders. When in doubt, attack from the gun just to stay warm. I'm a big fan of cold showers for being resilient in the cold. All you boys that are shivering right here, I want to see you end the next shower with 30 seconds of cold. Get you a little bit more grit and tenacity. We get spoiled here in SoCal.
Masters, you'll be racing for approximately 50 minutes, 50 minutes. Appropriate time will put you on lap cards showing 8 laps to go. The wheels in, wheels out wheel pit, which will be open up to 5 laps to go for a free lap. That's located about 25 yards to your left past the start finish. If you have a legitimate mechanical or other incident, report to the wheel pit prior to 5 laps to go. You may be eligible for a free lap. Riders out of contention may be pulled in my discretion. There's not that many of you. So if you're in danger of being lapped, just ride with your heads up and don't impede the progress of anybody coming up on you. Motor referee out there with you, obey all instructions of the motor referee. Results are posted on ontoday.net. Are there any questions? You're all freezing. Start you on my whistle. Timer's ready. Rider's ready. I don't have my whistle. So riders 1, 2, 3, go.
And we are off. We're going to find out who's coldest. Because that'll be the guy on the front stringing it out first lap, trying to get warm. I'm going to give a shout out to another one of our photographers, logical.photo on Instagram, making you look superb. Logical.photo is the name of his handle. Our men's 50 plus underway. we have our preliminary 40-plus results. In third place, representing I-Speed Race Team, Gil Ron. In second place, riding for Velo Pasadena, James Barnwell. And in first, with Team Skyline, Ryan DeWald, rounding out our podium. Gil Ron in third, James Barnwell in second, and Ryan DeWald taking the top step on the podium. Coming through our first lap, our Masters 50 plus, category 1 through 3, Monster Race Team, the slight gap. Our sprinters regulating. Anthony Freeman looking to weld it together with Big Orange, letting nobody go up the road easily. We'll see if he's got any teammates for backup. Big Orange Cycling rolling deep on this fine Sunday in Ontario, California.
And did you bring your SP14 out today? Put the lotion on, the chamois cream, and kick back and work on your tan.
It does indeed. Put the lotion on the skin or it gets the hose again.
In the basket. Oh, we're starting to get off the Indian reservation already. You know, official Chris Black giving us the no, Worthington. It's all good, but I do feel like the cheese is sliding off the cracker, and maybe the elevator does not go to the top floor here.
Sliding off the cracker and onto the charcuterie board. It is indeed snack time. Tacos. Victor.
Yep, somebody switched my man's meds to M&M's. Nurse Ratchet, damn it.
Emphasis on the ratchet.
And check, these guys going full basket weave. No, they're not. It is strung out right now. Strung out like a street poet in Amsterdam.
That is at least an 8 on the scale of 1 to 10 as far as strung out. Rob Kampala on the front with the attack for the spectators, making his mom proud, making his dad blush. His abuelita is rumored to be on the East Coast watching our live stream from lacrits.com.
lacrits.com setting the bar. A new standard, platinum level. Thank you so much to Ray, Mars, and Marie, the lovely wife Marie, for all you do. Lifting all boats with these sizzle reels.
Goodness, setting the bar. They are the bar. Come on over and get a drink. lacrits.com, providing the live stream. Absolutely creating the standard for what bike racing ought to be. I tell you, Ray Mars and his wife, they do a better job than some world tour races I've seen. Absolutely phenomenal videography. As if my mother needs to see me from any angle other than the front. We got a side view, peripheral view. Just got to keep the cameras dry out here as we got some sprinkle in Ontario, California. California winter, quote unquote, used very loosely. As we were saying earlier, some Californians are snowed in. So when in doubt, next time you're at the 99-cent store, throw a few extra cans at a minimum. We live in an earthquake state.
Well, they're heating it up right now out on course. Rob Campanilla took his move, and now he's going to infiltrate back. He's going to slot in rider number 10. And here we go, shaking and baking, Monster on the move.
That is Bill Mercier following Anthony Freeman, trying to find their way in the break up the road. The Ontario Series brought to you by Big Orange Cycling, Davidson Bike Law, Cassidy Davidson. Our jerseys on the podium Brought to you by Jack Rue and Andy Jessup Auto Plaza, making this event financially possible, as well as USC, University of Southern California. Nothing great happens on accident. Intentionality makes the world go round and will improve your interpersonal relationships. Life takes intentionality. If you miss somebody, reach out, give them a call. Life is short. And we've all been in that hard place. You're feeling lonely, you're feeling depressed. Sometimes a phone call from a long-lost friend makes all the difference. Go for a bike ride first. That way you're stoked and speak some life and truth into them. We got a sermon on the Beatitudes of Suffering out here at the Church of Pain. My name is Reverend Ronnie Toth on the ones and twos, whatever that means as far as Alfie says. I think that's from the 80s. The ones and two tracks.
Well, hallelujah. Maybe it's a 1-2 as in you always got to know where the beat is. The upbeat is the 1 and the downbeat is the 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go, right on cue. Absolutely right. Drum and bass, everybody. Hallelujah. Split in the field. 6 riders starting to matriculate up the course with Evoke. Sean Bagley winning the race earlier this morning at the front.
We're here. We got a very special interview with Jens Voigt, one of cycling's greats, joining us here today. Jens Voigt, how do you think this race is going to play out as the wind picks up? A little bit of rain. Well, I always told them to shut up, legs. You do it, I tell you. You shall suffer. The story, Jens, of back in the day, you were climbing during the Tour de France, and there was a bumblebee on you, and Bumblebee was competing with you. Tell us a little bit about that story, Jens. So the bumblebee was on my kit, and at first I felt like he was keeping me company. But then I felt like he was competing with me. And so I took him and I ate the bumblebee. You will not compete with me. Shut up, legs.
Jens Voigt, it's good to have you here in Ontario, California. How do you go when you go? All in. I go all in.
You know, I just tell the brain, you have to shut up. You have to suffer. You suffer for a moment, you'll be a champion forever. Shut up, legs. You do what I tell you.
Uphill, downhill, stupid. Hey, I'm not good at name dropping, according to my friend Matthew McConaughey.
You know, it's funny. Matthew McConaughey is actually friends with Lance Armstrong, who happens to visit my current hometown, Palm Springs. Lance Armstrong, oddly enough, had his rental car stolen last time he was in town. So if you are looking to meet Lance Armstrong, wander the streets of Palm Springs, make friends. We got a little bit of a breakaway. Little selection. Looks like probably the tail end, but a lot of times the tail end of a move can become the beginning of a new move. I hope my ceiling becomes your floor. Advice from Grandma and more here on the mics at the Ontario second criterium of the season.
So the monster rider having a spot of difficulty with his bike. Got a new rear wheel at pits. It's wheels in, wheels out here in Ontario, California. This is Jean Tawigian. He's going to be a full lap down, unfortunately. It took him a little bit too long, so didn't quite get the transition quickly in the pit crew. Perhaps need some advice over there at the Fontana 400, which went on last week there in Fontucky, as we like to call it, a 2-mile lap. We saw the Goodyear blimp fly over last Sunday, and he was coming from Fontana, heading back to Carson, California. Fontana course is going to be converted to I believe a half-mile course, the old 2-mile course. It's a D-shaped oval. So they did 200 laps at Fontana last Sunday, averaged about 135 miles an hour. There's Morrison, righty. He's wheel number 2, Michael Morrison with SDBC.
We got Scott Cox, Creative Blue Monster Racing on the front, stringing it out, testing the waters. You guys want to break away? You want to stay? It's up to you. It's kind of a choose your own ending novel. Page 193. It's got me landing in the breakaway of 3 off the front.
Yeah, for your NASCAR friends, fans, Kyle Busch ended up winning that race. Coming in second was Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott picking up second. Emotional win for Mr. Kyle Busch. And then it was the grand finale of Fontana. They're going to put it to bed and renovate, shorten it to a half-mile lap. Breaking news on Chase Elliott, who finished second at Fontana. This is pretty epic. The man went skiing in Colorado the next day, shattered his shoulder. He's in surgery, so he's not going to be racing NASCAR in Las Vegas next weekend. Unfortunately, he's undergoing surgery. What a great name, though, Chase Elliott.
Definitely got a racing feel to it. What would be a great cycling name? You could name your son as a breakaway artist. How about Sprint Matthews?
That sounds more like a sprinter, though. That sounds like a...
But it's a sneak attack, because as a breakaway guy, you got to be sneaky.
Right.
Name Sprint, but he's going for the break.
How about Getaway Sticks? This is my son, Getaway. Speaking of Getaway, that rider, I believe, is a lap down. So here comes the true peloton coursing through southbound here at Ontario on a 0.8-mile circuit.
See the sunglasses going on the back of the head. Sometimes the sprinkle makes it a little bit hard to see. I know that times when I've raced in the pouring rain, 1, I'm going to attack from the gun. We are going to lap you. And 2, the sunglasses are coming off or they're never going on to start with. It's very difficult to see. You get a little bit of fog, sunglasses covered in rain, somebody's rear wheel absolutely spitting up into your eyes. A lot of times when it's raining, it bodes well for a breakaway because the draft is just atrocious. You don't have to bring a bottle of water. Just open your mouth and start drinking.
Well, we are drying the course. This is our course crew out right now. They've got the blowers, the Air Tundras, the Buffalo turbine blowers, jet dryers out on course, keeping it nice and... Hey, also, this asphalt is new. So how about Alfie Sanchez, getting it done with the Department of Transportation? This actually was repaved in the off-season as the stars would align. Of course, Mr. Sanchez has a say at City Council here in Ontario, California. Congratulations to the entire Majestic cycling family for getting it done, juggling chainsaws to perform surgery, bringing back Southern California racing. And we love Alfie Sanchez and his entire crew for all he does. Remember, Victorville Stage Race, March 24th, 25th, and 26th, coming at you 3 days. There will be high drama in the high desert.
Making moves on the Mossy Carbon Pony Evoque Racing, bundled up in the jacket. Now I can testify to the durability of this pavement. A few years ago, they were giving out new collarbones here. Alfie was hosting a fixed gear race. Scored myself a brand new collarbone. No extra charge. No, I actually crashed just about 25 meters behind me, fighting for wheels and copping feels.
Well, if you're like Thurlow Rogers, you have a breakaway clavicle. Don't really need it. It's not like you're flying or anything. And, hey, there's always Velcro. That was Robert Ito at the front with Big Orange. Good to see Mr. Ito towing the line, lifting the pace. Also on this field, a special rider making a comeback after about 3 years. He made the campaign, talking about Steve Remy with Creative Blue Monster. We saw Remy in a drag race taking down Bart Clifford last Sunday right here in Ontario, California, going the other direction. It was a clockwise race 7 days ago. Today, we're going left turns only. Watch out for Remy. The man's got good legs.
Today bodes well for the velodrome racers that are conditioned to go fast, turn left. A lot of times we talk about what sort of athletes breed good cyclists, and running definitely teaches you to suffer well. I know a few athletes in the pro race, myself included, started out as runners. Running is a bit like climbing on the bike, climbing out of the saddle.
And then Ito now, he's going to pull off after taking about one lap, and there goes Monster. And we're starting to see some erosion there in the pack. That can lead to a landslide. That's going to set up all these tenuous moments where the sugar is going into warm water and the quadriceps are starting to burn. That sets up the inevitable breakaway. We're going to see it. I promise you, folks, we're seeing a lot, about 80% of the time out here in the last two races, or the 2 weekends, I should say, we're seeing breakaways succeed. Part of that, I believe, is the inclement weather. That is part of your teammate is the tough conditions. So those that are tough, those that are getting in the block early, we've had a powerful storm here, so some of these riders are on Zwift, perhaps. So there is kind of a delineation between perhaps the average watts and then the super special watts, right? Because we are seeing a high ratio of winning success in the breaks, and we love it, quite frankly. We're not seeing the typical bunch sprint here in the last 2 weeks.
You know, we've got an audience preem. Very seldom do we do this, but Bang Energy bringing an audience preem. If anyone can tell me how many watts is 1 horsepower without using your glowing rectangle, that is indeed your phone connected to the internet. How many watts in 1 horsepower? We have a free Bang Energy beverage for you. That is our audience question. How many watts in 1 horsepower? Sir.
We have a 750 coming.
746. That is spot on to our man in the puffer jacket, heading on over to Bang Energy.
Oh, my man Sam, he rounded up.
For an already free energy drink.
So it's 746. Who knew? Look at Ito. That guy is really stamping. He's punching tickets at the front. Big Orange certainly lifting the pace.
Can anyone tell me how many watts are in a toaster? So if you can power a toaster, how many watts are you producing? In cycling, we measure everything in watts. 400 watts is 400 watts is 400 watts. The wind and the pavement condition will cause your speed to vary. Your aerodynamic position on the bike causes the speed to vary. But watts is the most accurate factor within cycling. If you can push 400 watts while in an aerodynamic position, you are absolutely ready to slay it on Zwift and IRL. For our boomers, that is indeed in real life. Tacos, Victor, feeding your hunger.
And the Texas Power Grid just called. They'd like to have some of these watts, if you may.
If you're looking for a little bit of pick-me-up, Bang Energy, giving out free energy drinks. You do not have to know how many watts 1 horsepower produces, but we're looking for audience involvement. By a show of hands for our audience that are staying toasty out here, if you think it's going to end in a breakaway, go ahead and throw a hand up and make foxy eye contact with the announcers. Minimal foxy eye contact. I like it. We're a modest crowd. We're staying humble.
And Ito is still on the gas. Look at Big Orange lighting it up right here.
We've got a bunch sprint is what the audience is voting for. Should have some preems. Maybe animate this race. Get somebody throwing some attacks.
Yeah, Robert Ito, Attila Frutas. Good to see Attila back. And Anthony Freeman also in there. So Big Orange representing well with a 3-headed monster. Saw Attila before the race. Yeah, he took some time off, and he's looking fit. That guy would always animate a race. Good to see his face out there again. And another special rider at a Redondo Beach area racing for Big Orange Cycling. Anthony Freeman on that fresh pair of Attack wheels. They're light and they're carbon fiber. There's nothing like listening to the sound of carbon and rubber ripping up the course at 40 miles an hour. When they get to that sprint, we are reaching 40 miles per hour. Imagine that on a machine propelled by human gas, just by human steam, if you will. We call it the acoustic bicycle. No e-batteries out there on course today. All right, we're ringing the bell for Bang Energy Drink. This is a product frame.
Preem lap, Bang Energy. Bang Energy bringing you this Preem lap.
Scott Cox definitely just kind of landing himself on the sword and until he's bloody. Scott Cox, I believe he's a lap down, so he's basically saying, you know what, I'm an unsponsored rider right now. I'm 2 laps down, actually. So he is killing it out there for the team, trying to keep the speed up hot.
Putting the mystique in domestique. The man is an absolute enigma, dancing on the pedals, poetry in motion.
So yeah, we are live, LA Crits. And remember, folks, on the rewatch, you can go 2x, you right? Speed up the action, or 3x, or slow it down like this to see the sprints. It's really cool to see sprints nowadays on the Instagram and whatnot in that super slow mo. It's pretty spectacular. And there's Cox right there. He's going to pick up. He's legit. He gets the preem. Brian Cox picking up the Bang Energy. He's going to get a pallet of Bang Energy. Bang Energy has all the products out there. Peach Mango, Lemon Drop, Star Blast, and my favorite, Rainbow Unicorn, because you have to tolerate the rain if you want the rainbow.
And if you're going to play leapfrog with somebody.
Well, a wise man once said, never play leapfrog with a unicorn. Oh, that's smarts.
Next up, our category 3 and collegiate A and B. Should have quite a few double dippers in there, racing 2 plus races. Cat 3 is the perfect category for our working class warriors. Be able to snack on the sampler platter, the charcuterie board that is the Pro 1, 2, 3 race. So once you're Cat 3, you're able to race in the Pro race, race in the Cat 3 standalone, duke it out with the college AB guys. That race is 50 minutes, 5-0. Scheduled for 12:50. Monster still on the front. We are single file. Single file means perfect opportunity for a breakaway. My parents would always be excited watching bike races. They'd see me on the front, and they're thinking, oh, gosh, he's winning. but it literally means the exact opposite. When you're on the front, you're just giving a free ride. The strongest rider seldom wins a bike race. That's the beauty of the race of truth, the time trial. A solid segue into our Victorville stage race. Coming up March 24th, 25th, and 26th. Brought to you by Majestic Cycling. Stay at home. Race a miniature Tour de France. See how your legs feel racing back to back.
That's right. As you alluded to, the time trial, the race of truth against the clock. No drafting. A 5.5 mile time trial on March 24th in Victorville. That is going to be a true test of the legs and fitness. Ideal distance. It's a little bit too long for a prologue and a little too short for like a 40K TT. And you're going to be able to compare yourself with the entire class of the field because all things are honest. It's got about a 700-foot elevation gain over 5.5. So I like that. It's not just going to be pure diesel. In fact, Alfie Sanchez says right now, let's go ahead and give away a free entry to the Victorville stage race as a preem lap. So we're going to ring the bell for a free entry to the Victorville stage race on the line here right now. The winner of the next lap, a free entry to the Victorville stage race. A free entry to the Victorville stage race, around about $150 value. Who's it going to be?
Robert Ito, Big Orange on the front, testing the waters. See if he can draw somebody out. Followed by Adam Bino. Bino from Chino. The habitual breakaway artist making a habit of going off the front. Making them earn their sprint, chasing them down.
Johnny Lance also in the field. Another Lance rider, special rider. He's with Evoke. All around good guy and hard as nails kind of guy. He's tough as the Rhine on a butternut squash. Guy can go. He's a good teammate. And he's about as cool as the other side of the pillow. Watch out for Ryan Doris as well with Team 6 Project. Won this race 7 days ago, Ryan Doris. Team 6 Project out of Redlands, California.
There it is.
Morrison picking up the free entry. Michael Morrison.
Time to communicate with the announcers. Creating gaps and eating snacks. A free entry to the Victorville stage race. See, if you're paying attention and you're a sprinter, you're racing the Victorville stage race, that should let you know your boy Morrison is intending to time trial. 700 feet of climbing over the course of just over 2.5 miles. Momentarily, I will be able to tell you exactly what's the average gradient on that, but it's not shallow, is my hunch.
700 feet of elevation gain in 5.5 miles. I'm not sure if that course is a block headwind, crosswind, or tailwind. That's going to be interesting and fascinating to see how they deal with that. I tell you what, if you can pre-con that course, it would not be a bad idea. Bust out the aerodynamic equipment and test yourself. Maybe study the landscape. Know when to dump it. It's very difficult. If you blow on the time trial, if you go red line too early, you're done. You're dusted. It's a very fine art.
So as a kid, we were always complaining that we're learning these useless things in school, but pay attention to math class because we just ran a little bit of arithmetic, a little bit of math here, and rise over run. Does anybody remember rise over run? So what we did is we took half of the time trial distance because out and back gave us 2.75 miles. Multiply that by 5,280. That is the amount of feet in a mile. And then we took the 700 feet. That lets me know the average gradient is 4.8%. I haven't seen what it looks like. It could be undulating, but my hunch is it's uphill one way and mostly downhill the way back. But
I'm not sure, actually. I think it might be point to point, which will keep it cleaner, and I think on the turnaround. But yeah, rise over run at 4.8. Is that what you said on the? That's not a joke. And you're right. It could come in bunches, but that definitely will be a factor, and I think it's going to make it even more interesting. And you're going to have more kind of general classification style riders in there, all arounders. That's going to be very fascinating to see.
And Alfie, is the time trial of the Victorville Stages, is that out and back or point to point? Point to point. So is that rolling hills? Straight up.
So point to point, that means it's very consistent. A 5.5 with 700 feet of elevation gain over 5.5 miles. That's going to be fun. That'll be highly interesting. In that situation, again, an all-around rider. That rider who can take that stage one is going to be in good shape on stage two. Although, recovery is everything. Nutrition, recovery. You know about this. You've done the 24-hour stuff. It's insane. So if you don't have your proper levels, you can shine on stage one and implode if you're not getting proper massage, nutrition, hydration. I've seen that before where somebody just unloads on one stage and is done. Outensee takes a exit stage left. So it really is going to be fun. Critical to see what we're going to have out there. It's going to be high drama with promises to be action-packed racing for 3 days, starting March 24th through the 26th. Andrew Knuckles coming through with a big orange, another big orange rider. His double, his second race of the day, getting in the miles, turning the screws, lifting the pace. Oh, it's a beautiful sight. San Gabriel Mountains now, the south-facing mountains shining upon us now. I see a crease, and the snow is so beautiful. It's photogenic. Mount Baldy towering at 12,000 feet above sea level. To the east, San Jacinto, another 12,000-plus mountain. And to the northeast, San Gorgonio Mountain. Onyx Summit, which actually has a street elevation of 8,400. John Janik got third at Big Bear, and he crushed it at Onyx right here at the San Gabriel Mountains, which is a transverse range running east and west from Palm Springs all the way out to Catalina Island.
Home to the Pacific Crest Trail, a.k.a. the perfect cycling trail. Only when the government shut down. Careful with that one. We have a preem lap.
There goes Capanilla, preem lap. We are giving away Bang Energy Drink. Bang Energy Drink. Winner of this next lap picks up a case of Bang Energy Drink.
Can we get the podium for the 30-plus category 3-4? 30-plus category 3-4. I believe that was Elijah Baker taking the W. Posted up across the finish line. Clean wheels. Nice gap. Elijah and I were talking about on the New Year's Day ride. We were talking conspiracy theories. He said, I'm going to make you call out my name. My man spoke it into fruition, leaving you wishing, taking the W across the line. Elijah Baker out of Los Angeles, California. Next time they come through, we're looking at 7 laps to go. We're here with the champ of the day in our 30-plus category, Elijah Baker. It looked a little bit slow going into the last lap, and like nobody really wanted to commit to leading it out. Give us a play-by-play on how that last lap played out.
The last lap was actually really slow. Came around and a guy jumped about 2 turns before the final, and he let it all the way out, and I was like, perfect. And I just came around, took the outside line, and split between 2 guys and had enough to take it. So.
Goodness, love to see it. And it's always nice going a little bit early and kind of staying safe and out of trouble. Did you go before the stop sign in the last corner?
I went right at the stop sign, just came around, took the long way around. The guy jumped on the back side, and he held it all the way around, and I was like, oh, this is perfect. He's going to hold it. And right after the stop sign, I clicked my gear down and rolled with it, and that was it. So.
What sort of gear do you like to sprint in? Does it depend on the course? Are you more of like an 11, throw it in the 5311 tooth, or are you more of a spinning high cadence? What works for you?
It all depends. I normally like to go down a little further and dig. Today they were going pretty slow on the last lap, so I was up pretty high because they weren't going fast enough. If I was going a little faster, I would have been down a little further, by the 12, maybe 12, 13. And so I had to shift down in the sprint, which is not good. But Rasan would kill me for that. But I had to get it done to push the gap, so it worked out.
What sort of power are you seeing as far as your normalized power? Normalized, for our listeners, takes out the zeros, kind of factors in just the effort. It was always my way of measuring how hard a race was. So if you don't mind, what sort of numbers are you seeing for your normalized, and what's your peak power look like to be able to take the W? Kind of give riders motivation to see what they need to be able to hold and what they need to be able to sprint at to have a chance at standing next to you on the top box.
The power for this race was like the low 200s. It's kind of slow. Last week in the pro race, it was like in the high 200s, almost the threes for like the whole hour. Putting out power for the sprint, I think it was like 1700, which is not a lot, but it's good enough. You know.
1700 is definitely a lot. A lot of times in the pro race, I think I've won breakaway sprints with 1200. So 1700 is definitely massive, but maybe that speaks to it being a little bit of an easier race. Give us some wisdom, stuff you've learned over the years for maybe the younger or newer riders that you could pass on.
6 laps remaining.
Being in the back is not going to help you win the race. You got to stay in the top 10. People think it's harder in the top 10. It's actually not. It's much easier. And like Rasan always says, if you're not moving, you're losing.
Love it. Thank you for paying it forward, and great to have you on the podium. Congratulations, Elijah. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Elijah Baker, congratulations. Job well done. Another big shout out to Elijah Boom Baker. We've seen him pull that off before, and great to see it again. And welcome back to the top step, Mr. Baker. I think he's somewhat motivated by his son doing well out there in the kids' race, and really cool to hear him quote to Rasan Bahati, his mentor. Here we go. We got Anthony Freeman is in this move right now. Freeman in the move after picking up that preem, and Morrison also in this move. Ito in the move as well. Here comes another big orange rider stopping on the pedals. Here we go. 5 laps to go.
Most pivotal point of our race right here. This is do or die, make or break. We very well could have a field split. That break looks very promising. When it's strung out single file like that with gaps, that means showtime. The worst feeling is when you know how to read the race and you're in it, but you don't have the legs to make the move. Not that I know what that feels like, but hypothetically. Definitely helps. Cycling is indeed chess at 180 beats per minute. The strongest rider seldom wins a bike race. Takes a balance of tenacity, grit, fitness, a little bit of luck, a little bit of laziness, racing savvy. Versus a time trial, you just dump the watts, empty the tank. Strongest rider pretty much always wins a TT. For our non-cyclist time trial, that's what TT stands for. The race of truth. You versus the clock. No drafting. No drafting unless you catch your minute man. Somebody that given a minute head start. Usually riders start out at 30-second or minute intervals. So you catch the guy ahead of you. They call it catching your minute man.
Slightly greasy conditions out there with 4 laps to go. It's funny. We talked about, speaking of greasy conditions, and with an actual downpour, which is not what we're experiencing here right now. It's a light rain. And let me share a story with you. Freeman is in this move with 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go. Morrison and Freeman at the front. So in the heavy rain a few years back, it's been more than a moment. Rasan Bahati in the breakaway. I'm not sure if it was a Tour of Darelands, somewhere back. Maybe those on LA Crits can help out and chime in. But Bahati's in a move. It's on Instagram before. Well, it's on social media. Instagram was not around when Bahati was in the move, and suddenly a downpour. He's in the break. Might have been Chicago, could have been Downers Grove, a big race back east. And he was one of the first pioneers to have a helmet cam on. And in the video, you will see Bahati, pouring rain. He had the tenacity and the intelligence to pull off the brake, to leave, exit, pull over. And he had about a $120 pressure on his tires, went down to about 80, which then gave him a Buffalo footprint, right? A bigger footprint for friction coefficient. He was able to then bridge back up to the brake. And then once he reconnected, latched back on, integrated, and was able to cut those corners Bahati style, that's probably where he recovered. So he did the mathematics. I don't know very many people would leave a brake, with 10K to go. He did it. He pulled it off, bridged back up, had 80 PSI versus 110, 120, ends up winning the bicycle race with a strong grip on the tarmac. True story, and you can find it online somewhere. Rasan Bahati winning with panache.
Words of wisdom right there, especially in the rain. Traction and confidence. Probably confidence more than anything. Be able to trust your tires. Knowing exactly what angle. Read them out. We got a preem lap, product preem lap. Like
product preem lap with 3 laps to go. Michael Morrison at the front.
Got muck off, bike cleaner. A little bit of a wince each time I say that. Muck off, bike cleaner. Get your pony looking shiny. We got some cool intel for you guys. So lacrits.com is live streaming this on YouTube, and you can watch it the day after if you're missing it live. So you essentially have game day footage to be able to analyze where you went wrong. I believe Ray has 2 to 3 cameras out on course. Definitely helps. At a minimum, what I like to do as a breakaway guy, we're giving you gold, is be able to look at people's faces when the race was hard. Be able to see what someone's suffer face looks like when they're in the box. That way, when you see that next time in competition, you counterattack them when you see that same face.
Well, speaking of the counterattack with 2 laps to go, Michael Morrison making ribbons of the field. Here comes Big Orange at the front with 2 laps remaining. 2 to go right here in Ontario, California. It is starting to unravel. Morrison also picking up the product preem. That man can roll.
My hunch is that was motivated mostly for the preem. It seemed like he sat up a little bit going to the corner, but we shall tell. Typically 2 laps to go is kind of last chance for a breakaway. Unless you got that massive 1 kilometer to go flyer. 10 football fields out. I am not content with a bunch sprint attack. Maybe 1 minute full gas. Sprinter's worst nightmare is that 1K to go flyer. If you don't get in that slipstream immediately, you're going to be fighting for second. We have our Category 3 race up next. Looking at 1 to go next time we come through. Our start finish. Dalton Thornberry ready to rip some legs off in our Category 3 race. What's nice about the Category 3 race, scheduling wise, you can race strategically, Category 3, and then empty the tank in the Pro 1, 2, 3. Get those fitness gains. Racing tired makes you strong like bull. 1
All
to
right.
go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with 1 lap to go. 1 lap, 1 lap, 1 lap to go. 1 to go with Adam Bino from Chino on the move.
Perfect team tactics. Big orange rider on the front, welding it together. Likely for sprinter Anthony Freeman. Thinking all together for an inevitable bunch sprint. 0.8 miles is our lap out here. Looking at a lap time of maybe in the mid 130s, based on who's feeling committed.
So on the back stretch right now, it looks like they are together. Well, it's a legacy sport, and you're going to have to make your legacy today. Morrison looks like he got Hoover vacuumed back into the pack. And right now it looks like they are negotiating on the back stretch in the final kilometer. Grupo Compacto.
We are strung out single file. Little bit of a clumping, maybe 5, 10 deep. Call that the washing machine. Riders popping, coming off the back.
And here we go, one shining moment on the final corner as they negotiate unscathed right up the throat of the boulevard, heading southbound at 40 miles an hour. It looks like it is indeed Steve Boom Remy pulling off the wind. My goodness, unofficial Mark Clifford, second place. Steve Remy goes back to back, Jack.
The word is there is a little bit of a headwind in our final corner. It definitely leads it to being a later sprint.
That was the same order of last week, 7 days ago. Clifford second place to Steve Remy. Remy definitely finding explosive power. He's a great, great rider back up. Like 10 years ago, he was crushing it. He was state champion. Even perhaps further back, 20 years ago, Steve Remy. Then he moved to Portland, Oregon for a while. He was up, I believe, in the Pacific Northwest, repping, and now he's back to Southern California, and he's starting to get more and more results. He's the real deal.
Can we get Category 3 to the starting line? Category 3 to the start line. Shiny side up, rubber side down. We are indeed live on the interwebs with lacrits.com, providing live race footage on YouTube and for some post-game analysis thereafter. We'll hand you over to our USAC official for your final race instructions. Bros Red Bikes represented. See some teamwork making the dream work.
Category 3 and collegiate A and B, racing for approximately 50 minutes at the appropriate time. We'll put you on lap card showing you 8 laps to go. There's a wheels in, wheels out wheel pit located about 25 yards to your left past the start finish. If you have a legitimate mechanical or other incident, please go to the wheel pit and directly to the wheel pit. You may qualify for a free lap up to 5 laps to go. When the leaders see 5 to go, the wheel pit is closed. Don't go to your car or to your team tent or to 7-Eleven. Go to the wheel pit. For any legitimate mechanicals or incidents, we'll sort it out there. Riders out of contention may be pulled at my discretion. If you're not pulled, just keep your eyes open and not impede the progress of the group. Results will be posted on ontheday.net. Be sure to check those. They become official 15 minutes after they're posted. Be a motor referee out there with you. Obey any and all instructions of the motor referee. And this is new. You have to have your hands on either the bar top or the hoods or the drops. No more puppy paws. Don't put your forearms on your handlebar anywhere. Your hands have got to be on there. And of course, the super tuck. Your butt's got to be on the seat. Are there any questions? Start you on my whistle. Timer's ready. Rider's ready. I can't access my whistle, so riders, ready, go.
First lap, preem lap, Victorville stage race entry, $150 to the Victorville stage race. It's a $150 entry to the Victorville stage race. 3-day stage race, March 24th, 25th, and 26th. Sleep in your own bed. Race a miniature Tour de France right in your own backyard. Less than an hour away. Victorville stage race, 5.5 mile opening prologue style time trial. 700 feet of elevation. Use a thick boy. I'm sorry. We're going uphill. You're going to be the pupness of upness. It means use a dog going uphill. Got a first lap preem to Victorville stage race. See who's feeling motivated. Got clear skies and sore thighs. Little bit of a gap coming around the final corner. Somebody wants to race a stage race. It's like, put me in, coach. That gap, though. See what you got to do. Kind of look over your shoulder, regulate it, minimum effort, and just cruise through. Oh, it's going to be close. D. Thornberry wants it. Goodness. Dalton Thornberry stealing it. Free entry, keeping the pro cycling dream alive, balling on a budget. Getting after it here. That's going to turn into a breakaway. You heard it here, folks. Dalton Thornberry. Deuce Velox Racing. That one's a tongue twister. He's got to be standing still for you to be able to read the kit. Best time to find yourself in a breakaway is right after countering a preem lap. We're feeling sassy here, starting it off early with that first lap preem. Category 3. And collegiate, category AB, mixed field here. 50 minutes, 5-0 on the clock. Mount Baldy peeking out, give me a little bit of a wink. Feeling sassy. Category 3 is the perfect class for our working class athletes. So once you go to Pro 1-2, you better have done your homework. There is no bluffing. I mean, you can bluff, but you're about to get your teeth kicked in and counterattacked. And what's perfect about Cat 3 is you get to kind of have the sampler platter of pro cycling. Love it. Strung out, single file, blonde locks blowing in the air. Hitch. Sitting mid-pack. He took second one of our prior races, our 30 plus 3-4. See if he can repeat with that sprint of his. Let's get a show of hands from the crowd. If you're expecting a breakaway, go ahead and put your hand up. Who's voting for the breakaway? Everybody wants that bunch sprint. As the categories come down in fitness, you start out as category 4 or 5. Typically, it's about a 90% chance of a bunch sprint. Category 4 goes to maybe 85% chance. Category 3, 70 to 75% chance of ending in a bunch sprint. In category 1-2, 65 to 70% of the chance of the time ends in a bunch sprint. All depends on who shows up, who's feeling motivated, and what sort of team tactics are at play, especially as we get into the higher, more professional categories. We'll definitely see more of a team dynamic. We paid a little extra to the city. We're drying the roads out for you guys. Keeping it safe, rubber side down, shiny side up. With the live stream from LA Crits, we are immortalizing you forever on the interwebs. That is until the EMP hits and wipes out all the electronics. Making your dad proud, making your mom blush. See if we can get somebody off the front and on the hunt. There he is. Julian Agardano, rider number 301, risk.
Rat-a-tat-tat, it's so good to be here with my partner, Ronnie Toth. Big shout out to Alfie Sanchez, the foundation, for making it happen in the Sanchez family, representing Majestic Cycling. I mean, this is a dream. Think about it, Ronnie. He decided to take this flyer, talking about Alfie Sanchez, and he's studied, he's measured, and he brings a ton of enthusiasm. He used to own a limo company, so he's well versed, with bling bling, but keeping it honest, keeping it humble, and one step at a time, very meticulous, and he's beloved. I mean, the cycling community loves Alfie Sanchez for a reason, and it's just great to be out here. And I want to thank all the sponsors. I want to thank LA Crits, big time. I mean, they're really stepping up the game. Ray Mars and lovely wife Maria, they're great people, but we've never met them. This is a joke, of course. It's a metaphor that Ray Mars is sort of the Kaiser Sosa in that he's laid back. You don't really see his work, and then you leave the event and you check it on Monday and you go, goodness gracious, as our riders come coursing through, Thornberry in good wheel position right there. But yeah, Ray Mars is sort of the Kaiser Sosa in that he's a mad genius. He's so humble. He brings so much humility and skill to the game. You don't find him saying, did you see me? Did you see me? Right? Because you don't see the guy until he rolls out the sizzle reel. He's phenomenal, and it's really cool to have him part of the Southern California community here and stepping up the game big time.
We are definitely spoiled here in Southern California with an abundance of races and literally world-class videography. I've seen world tour races, guys doing this completely for a living, that have less videography happening than what is possible with LA Crits here, Ray Mars and fam.
Wheels in, wheels out today, and I'll double check. Now I think with 5 to go, but maybe with 8 to go, I'll check with chief official on the rules here. 5 to go, right? So it is the standard. 5 is a normal number. It's the typical number in criteriums, where if you puncture or have a mechanical with 5 laps remaining, you are out unless you want, of course, chase like a banshee to try to get back on. But trust me, these folks are going pretty fast. It's pretty difficult to get back on if you've got to pull over, exchange a wheel. But up until 5, you get a free lap. That free lap is critical. Of course, these are fast laps, so you got to have a savvy pit crew, and you got to know when to get off and get into the pit to try to exploit that free lap in terms of the time, and then you're allowed to reintegrate into the pack. But as per the rule books, you require a legitimate reason. You can't just opt out and say and fake a reason, although some people have tried.
Now, for some of our spectators, if you're not familiar with bike racing, this is a wonderful conduit for hope, for fitness, for changing your bike chemistry. You don't need anything fancy. You can hop on Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, get you a used bike, spend a few $100. There's a lot of good deals out there. Funny thing about cycling is people will buy a nice bike. They realize cycling is incredibly hard and terribly painful. You never, let's see, it never gets easier. You just go faster. There's a lot of good deals on used bikes out there. Get yourself a used pony and ride yourself into the best version of yourself. Looking back, some of the lowest points, saddest points, most depressed points in my life, the bike has been an absolute conduit for hope. Having a bad day, stressed out with work, bad relationship, whatever it is, lace up your shoes, tighten those BOA dials, roll out. And sometimes the difference between going for a ride and not is the difference between Velcro shoes. Jack Watson on the front, 90 degrees aero position on the hoods, lighten it up. The Peloton has gone diagonal, not incentivized to chase. That gap is only going to go out. Looks like they have sat up. His brother Eli, soft pedaling on the front, regulating, looking for anybody that's got the terrible idea to try and jump across. Eli's going to hop on. You get a free ride across. Team tactics at work. Jack and Eli Watson.
Great to see those two brothers, young men, really infusing enthusiasm, and now they're really stepping up their game. The trajectory for the Watson kids looks very, very good. Jack Watson, only age 16. Younger brother Eli, age 14. Representing Rose Ride Bikes. Check them out on the gram, on social media. Rose Ride Bikes. They are walking, pedaling inspirations, making an impact on the sport, but being mentored by the likes of Rasan Bahati, the Williams brothers, the Ensek brothers. Pretty good crew. There is an expression, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. When the student is truly ready, the teacher will disappear. There'll be a time when Rasan Bahati tells Eli, you got this. Tells Jack, you got this, son. You're good. And speaking of the Watson brother, Jack Hammer Watson on the front right now, taking a full lap. Gives the little flick, and Aaron Withwine comes through with Subaru Santa Monica Racing on his left shoulder, hovering at around about a 6-7 second gap as they negotiate turn number 1. Going to see Mike Starr in the field here. Wyatt Earp, we used to call him, with that Wyatt Earp mustache. He's another. There's so many characters in the peloton. That's one of the beautiful things about the sport. Mike Starr, Wyatt Earp, wrinkling up that waxy mustache, ready to roll. Meet you at the OK Corral, Mike Starr. I see Chris Ackerman also in the field with UCLA. He had a good ride last Sunday right here on course, going opposite direction today, left turns only. Ackerman, UCLA Bruin. Also have some Trojans in the house, USC representing, as is UC Berkeley and UC Davis out on course right now. So this is the counter move. That's Holden Hammer and Tree at the front. Nudging off the front, taking that turn with about a 5-second time gap.
Cat 3's getting treated to some tasty wetness out here. There's no such thing as hard conditions, only soft riders. Gonna find out who brought their grit. There's a few pro riders that like to attack from the gun when it's raining. Make people decide in their head, do I really want to be doing this? Take that motivation away real quick. That's a words of wisdom here. You want to lower your tire pressure a little bit in the rain. There are charts online based on your body weight that'll tell you what sort of pounds per square inch you should be riding in dry conditions versus wet conditions. Can definitely be a factor in the corners. And you want to stay off the paint. A lot of times you hear people saying going hard in the paint. The paint can be a bit slippery in the wet. You want to typically cross it at as much of a perpendicular angle as possible. Try and not be riding parallel or on the paint. We'll definitely change the dynamic for our final corner here, because this last corner is definitely pivotal as to what sort of line you take.
And here they come marching down the boulevard, and they are picking the right lines. These riders are Cat 3s, but riding like pros, with Eli Watson at the front doing the work with brother Jack Hammer, wheel number 3, because bros ride bikes, crushing it, bursting through the corners, repping up this tarmac. You know, whether it's greasy conditions or not, this sport requires fierce focus. So if it's 80 degrees outside, cloudy, blue skies, whichever, or a bit greasy like right now, fierce focus is paramount.
The perfect opportunity out here to put on a show for the brands that support you. Be immortalized forever on the interwebs. Put on a show. Empty the legs, go home tired. A day outside of a hospital bed is good by me. I always like to go for the breakaway. Attack early and often. And anytime the breakaway wins, I consider that a personal win. Keep your skin. Keep your shiny pony. Light it up and go off the front.
That's right. Self-preservation sometimes means race aggro. Get up the road. I know it's counterintuitive. Sometimes safety is not having shoulder-to-shoulder riders on your left, right, front, center. That's where it gets a bit blocky. You know, you get backed up. It's like bugs on a bumper halfway to Barstow. And by the time you get to Barstow, you're halfway to hell. So you might as well get out there on a jailbreak, as we're seeing right here, right now, 2 riders splintering off the front.
Let's see who we got. Tucked and Arrow slotting in. Rider 95 and 308.
Well, that's certainly Tyler Osborne in that move of 2, the dynamic duo. And look at the reaction. This peloton is angry, frothy, hungry, and thirsty. Thornberry at the front.
I would say just in the last 5 minutes, the pavement has reached the level of being enough of a factor as far as wetness to play a role in how they're cornering. You know, there's kind of a point when the pavement gets a little bit damp to where it almost becomes tacky. But I think we were past that. We're at the slippery portion of the exam. Lower that PSI. Make sure you stick that front wheel. I always found that was a tactic that worked for me, is really putting weight into the front wheel. Can we get the category 50 plus 1 through 3 to the podium?
And I've got those results hot off the press. Captain Tuxedo, good lead out here. I'll tell you, hey, this is exciting. In third place in the 50 plus. You know what? I'm going fourth. I'm going to go top 4 because I want to mention Tony Freeman picking up fourth, racing for Big Orange in the 50 plus category, 50 plus age group. In third, Ryan Doris. Ryan, Flying Doris, racing for Team 6 Project. And taking the silver today, same order as last week. In second place, racing for Evoke, Bart Clifford taking second. And the man on the top step, going back-to-back, Jack winning last Sunday and today, Steve Remy. Congratulations to our top 4 riders, Freeman, Doris, Clifford, and Remy.
And we are all back together. That breakaway attempt has been absorbed. But each additional breakaway sets the stage for a counterattack as the collective matches of the peloton do indeed wane. The way I look at it is that each rider maybe has 10 to 20 full gas efforts, maybe 500, 600 watts for a minute. The total peloton has maybe got 200 in a field of 20. So as those matches begin to run out and the incentive and motivation diminishes, the chance of a breakaway goes up. Until you get to the point where each rider's only got 1 to 2 matches left and they decide they are content saving it for the inevitable bunch sprint. About 70% of the time, our Category 3 race is ending in a breakaway, favoring the fast twitch riders, slow twitch athletes like a marathon runner versus fast twitch, genetically gifted with a superb sprint, ranging anywhere from 1,200 to 1,800 watts, depending on your height. A big factor when sprinting is your CDA, your drag coefficient. How many watts can you put out and how small can you get? Riders like Mark Cavendish, Caleb Ewan, kind of built a bit like a T-Rex with shorter arms in proportion to their body, are able to get super small in the drops, almost disappearing if you're trying to get a draft off of them. You could chase a ghost, but would you really want to? Strung out, single file, love to see it.
And again, Holden Amantry lifting the pace at the sharp end of the peloton. And I'm feeling there's another type of rider, and that's the cheeky rider, like the kilo rider, the rider that is going to try to, what we call steal the race by attacking, launching at the right time. We have, back in the day there was, what was his name? Alexander Vinokurov. He was a specialist that would go long. In fact, Vinokurov, he won a gold medal in Sydney. No, it was London 2012 Games, Vinokurov. And that's why, often we do root for the long shot. We talk, it's like Seabiscuit amongst the Broncos. In fact, I remember Richard Carapaz winning gold kind of in similar fashion. Carapaz with Team Ecuador taking the gold in Tokyo 2020 Games in similar fashion. I think second in Tokyo was Wout van Aert, yes, Belgium rider. And in third place, Tadej Pogacar. Pogacar, of course, the stud at the Tour de France. Tadej Pogacar, an all-around rider as well. I mean, the guy can sprint. We saw at Tour California him take the stage that went downhill from Mount Baldy down to finishing at the Rose Bowl. Tadej Pogacar with the Slovenian. So the point is, there are different styles of winning and different styles of riders, and that's why we love the sport so very much. It's unlike a marathon. It's unlike a boat race. Now look at the peloton. The shape is odd, is it not? It's kind of fanning out. It's still sinewy, but we're starting to see some fractions as Jack Hammer Watson at the front.
Jack and Eli are super sharp kids. They are not messing around. Maximum camera time, and they are a force to be reckoned with. They will selflessly set each other up, take turns beating up the field, softening them up. The sun will indeed come out. About to give you an Annie shout out. Tomorrow, bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow.
Is that an Irish ditty, young man? Oh, beautiful. You know, the other song that comes to mind is Luther Vandross, One Shiny Moment. Because why? It's March Madness, man. And it's hotting up. I mean, that song really, it works in bike racing. Feel the beat of your heart, feel the wind in your face. It's more than a contest, it's more than a race. And when it's done, win or lose, you always did your best. Because inside you knew that one shining moment, you reach for the sky. One shining moment, you're willing to try. How about Vandross? He must have been a bike race fan. So it's time to fill in your brackets. You're going to go with UCLA? You're going to go with USC? You're going to go with the Breakaway? Or you're going to go with the bunch sprint? Right now, the Watson brothers are a 2 seed, if not a 1 seed. Although they have been working, unloading some of those precious watts. It looks like Jack has plenty to spare right now as he's whipping up the speed. We're not yet on lap cards. So Watson's going to sit up, reassess. I like how William Denman looks riding for PAA Cycling, wheel number 4. Category 3s, also known as the Killer Bees. The Killer 3s putting on a show for us here at Ontario, California. This is the Majestic Cycling Series race number 3. We had race number 1 last Sunday. So it's almost like a mini stage race here, built around weekends, thank you. Yesterday, Rosanna Ranch, where Jack Hammer Watson took the win in this category yesterday, roughly 28 hours ago, perhaps. Kind of a hard man course, Rosanna Ranch, brought to you by Majestic Cycling yesterday. In fact, suitably, Jason Baez winning the Pro Men yesterday. Second place, his teammate, Corey Williams, no breaks. And in third place, John Janik. Everybody loves John Janik. They're racing for Project 6, Team Project 6 out of Redlands, California. Speaking of the Olympics are coming to LA again, returning in 2028. Yeah, let's give up Preem. We've got to, man. We've got a lot of goodies up for grabs here. Going to be ringing the bell.
See if we can get somebody fired up to launch that breakaway. Preem lap, next lap, Preem lap.
This is for the muck off, Preem. Get the muck off, a Preem lap. Get that nasty grit, silt, and rain and snow off your grill with muck off.
We're getting the full gamut of weather today. Pavement just beginning to transition back to slightly wet, grippy pavement. It's definitely a fine line. Once you get the water starting to kind of build up on top, it gets slippery. But I expect to see some dry pavement in the next 15, 20 minutes here if this sunlight continues.
This just in, forecast for fun and entertainment here in Ontario. Hey, if you don't like the weather, just hang 5 minutes, it'll change. The rain does bring drama and paints the entire valley green. We love it. And sometimes we muddy our own water so we may appear deep. The Aquifers are happy as they turn this corner back to the action. Category 3s. It's a sharp peloton at the front, and then it bows out a little bit. So, you know, there's a lot of energy bottled up.
Sprinting for the Preem. Who's going to take it? It's going to be close. Rider 682 over Rider 312. Rider 682 also goes by the name of
Name unknown, actually. He's not on. What? He just got entered. He's a collegiate rider. Thank you, Sunflower. That's Caden Hartrick. Racing for Cal Polytech was out of San Luis Obispo. We're having a good time shuffling papers, squeegeeing off the table. The sun is shining upon us. Congratulations, Caden Hartrich.
We just checked the weather. We do have what's expected to be cloudy skies. That seems to be the last of the rain. But death, taxes, and Alfie Sanchez putting on phenomenal races, the inevitable things in life. Maybe you could opt out of 2, but talk to me about that later. We should have a bit more sunshine as the day goes on. I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, State Farm, Nicole Vong. Thank you, Nicole, for helping to fund this race. Make dreams come true. Andy Jessup Auto Plaza, along with USC, University of Southern California. I want to thank you to Jackrew Cycling Kits for providing our leaders' jerseys. Big Orange Cycling, one of the oldest clubs in Southern California. And Davidson Bike Law. Cassidy Davidson, thank you for helping to provide culture, something to look forward to. Beautiful seeing the steam on the road here as the water evaporates. Gotta love Southern California. Getting low, rider 303 and 317.
Yeah, Patrick English at the front in that cami uniform, camouflaged. He is tucked and nudging out the speed, killing it at the front. Brandon York also with him, crushing it on the pedals.
Category 3 is one of those categories that a lot of riders kind of get stuck in trying to upgrade just because it is so competitive. And there is such a hunger that these riders still have. A lot of them are freshly 3s, carrying over from being a Cat 4 or 5 recently. And trying to nail the juggling act of life. I had a mentor kind of put together this idea that there's 5 categories or balls that we're all juggling in life. And some of the balls that are being juggled are made of glass and other ones are made of rubber. You know, the rubber ones you can drop and they'll bounce back, and the glass ones are a little bit more fragile. The 5 categories we came up with were your faith, your relationship with God, your finances, your job, your health and fitness, your social and friendships, and your romantic endeavors. Those 5 categories. It's up to you to figure out which ones are made out of glass, more fragile, which ones are more resilient. A bit of wisdom here at the Ontario Grand Prix.
Yeah, absolutely. The Church of Hallelujah, Captain Tuxedo, is open for business. Never mind the daily toil, y'all. You know, the 24-hour news cycle. We are racing in the streets, and we are open for business and sports and fun and shenanigans. Here in Ontario, California, a big burst of energy from the front. Mayhem in this peloton.
Dalton Thornsberry looking motivated, chasing and following moves. A little bit of separation there at corner number 1. We'll head on over to Ray Mars, see what it looks like on the backstretch.
Yeah, so we do have pictures on the backstretch provided by lacrits.com. And we are going to get splashed right now with sunshine. It's coming through. It's breaking on through. We've got earth, wind, fire, and we are about to get the sun. This is a beautiful, gorgeous day in Southern California. Welcome to Majestic Cycling.
On our backstretch, slight separation to a single rider off the front. They are single file, so my hunch is that gets brought back soon. It's not until you see riders flicking elbows, looking around at each other, and fanning out diagonally that the break really has the best chance of gaining maximum speed. The solo rider with maybe a 20-meter gap. We got a preem lap. Next lap, preem lap. Rider 96, solo off the front.
Bang Energy, preem lap right now. Bang Energy, preem lap on the line. That's Yupen Zhang off the front, giving it a college try. Zhang on the move. Maybe Zhang will pick up the bang. All natural ingredients, good for the body and the brains.
As promised, our road's drying up. It's kind of a cool view if you're over here at the start finish. You see the almost steam from the water evaporating from the pavement.
Yeah, did you bring your snowboard today, mate? Or did you bring the surfboard? We've got pines and palms, man, and we have snowpack.
Pick and choose your adventure, but today we have indeed chosen man's greatest invention, the bicycle, the two-wheeled carbon pony. Clipping in, dipping out, sweating in our magical stretchy pants. At the end of the day, just remember, don't let it go to your head. You're doing a children's activity as a grown man in a onesie with a belly button zipper. That's what always kept me humble. Hard to let it go to your head. But it is indeed a sufferfest. And we are strung out with gaps. Once you see those gaps start to open and it's single file, that is promising. Could just be a reshuffling, but taking our preem.
All right, another collegiate rider. That's Ackerman, Chris Ackerman, UCLA rider. We saw him pick up a preem last week, 7 days ago, right here. Chris Ackerman, job well done. Go Bruins. Well, today's the day of USC. Go Trojans. I think both teams are going to do well in the brackets in March Madness. Both have very good programs in basketball. When they come through, speaking of brackets, we're in the final 8. We will be at lap card in the Great 8. 8 to go when they come through. Bicycle racing is a sanctuary sport. It's also a game with international flavor. So talking about cinematics, we have steam coming off the tarmac. Photogenic moment, a unique moment. Trust me, in July this thing will be hotter than hell. Anyway, we are building bridges, not walls, here in Southern California. Why? Because there's more that unites us than divides us. For Alfie Sanchez, I'm Dave Worthington. That's Ronnie Toth, Captain Tuxedo, famous for his Lycra that mimicked a tuxedo with the lapels and everything pressed, aerodynamic. And we have two riders right now spraying off the front with 8 laps to go. With 8 laps to go, Julian Agradano at the point. 8 to go.
There's definitely an interesting dynamic that pops up when we do 8 to go versus 5 to go. I feel like psychologically, once there are lap cards, the motivation to chase nearly everything kind of goes to the roof. On the flip side, some races at the national level will do lap cards the entire time. I can say that if you're looking down at your normalized power that you've averaged throughout the whole race, you see 350, 400 watts and 22, 25 laps to go. It can have the opposite effect as 5 to go. But it can definitely change the dynamic here to where I would, as a breakaway guy, I would always love to be up the road before lap cards, typically 1 lap before. If you can time that, that's a tactic you can kind of take to the bank. I'd be looking at how much time I have left, knowing about maybe 2-minute laps we've been doing, and attacking just before lap cards because they're not going to be motivated to chase you. But once it says 5 to go, 8 to go, pretty much everyone can grit their teeth, put the knife between Los Dientes, and chase you down.
And right now, everybody, 7 laps to go. 7 laps to go. Watch out for Dalton Thornberry. We know he's got good legs. Thornberry right in there, tucked in good position. Here we go. Ontario, California with 7 laps to go.
That was nearly on cue and perfect timing. One of the riders that we were looking at earlier for a breakaway, attacking all the way on the left. Biggest downside of that attack is he was coming all the way from the back. And he was at, a pretty max effort for a good 10 seconds before he ever broke the front line of riders. But the upside is when you're attacking from the back, you don't have anyone in your wheel. You're pretty much guaranteed to be up the road solo. And only those that are strong enough to bridge to you are going to be people that join you. There's going to be no sprinters getting brought along for a free ride. But we shall see if that attack has any promise.
Well, he's punching tickets, right? It's a cheeky move. He wants to sever. So in my mind, it's a good move. He's got teammates to either shut her down or come across. The cream will rise. Thornberry wanted some space. I like it. He took turn number 1 with some momentum. Hotting up the pace is Thornberry.
Looks like that attack may have just been for Mom watching on the interwebs. We are all back together. Did not seem to carry that momentum super far down the road. But as we expected, it seems like we're going to have our field together for a bunch sprint. Unless someone's feeling super sassy, he's been saving a massive bullet. He's got an attack coming through the start-finish line. But he's just bringing riders with him. No separation.
Yeah, that's Aaron Worthwin once again gritting his teeth, showing the face of pain. Worthwine at the front. And kids, that's really something you can work on in training rides. Food Park, Coma Street, Redlands, Eldo, is that attack. It really is everything, and it needs to be sharp, right? You need to produce acceleration, even if it looks like a move of frivolity, like you're just hanging. You work on that in training rides. It's not about just sticking to the fast guys. It's paramount that you work on your jumps if you want to be a good bike racer, whether it's criteriums or out there on the road with a long road race. It separates. That's the difference between. I knew some riders that didn't have that jump that were stronger than me, but you can exploit them, right, by measuring. They become typecast. That that if they don't have a good pop, you cover them. So you work on that, guys. It's really, really critical that you try that in a ride. Try to create distance, not to ride away, but to learn something about your legs, to work on those watts, to work on that acceleration. Make it dramatic. I mean, make it a really dramatic, violent attack. With 5 to go. 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go. Ackerman at the front.
And on the flip side of that tactic, if you're the type of rider that doesn't have an explosive sprint, but it's more of a diesel, it behooves you to counterattack after it's been strung out for a while and the peloton slows and needs a break. What you can do is kind of carry your momentum, and you don't need a massive spike in watts to be able to create separation, but just as the peloton goes diagonal, attacking from maybe 10 deep, or even from the back of the pack, the tail gun from off the back to on the front, can be very effective if you're the type of rider that doesn't have a massive 1,300 watt
that
explosive.
Right. It's a good point. An entirely different move. You see some of these riders lumbering off the front because they pick at the right time. It doesn't look like an attack, right? Actually, Thurlow Rogers would do that sometimes. You didn't always see him out of the saddle stomping. You just see him drifting. It's a hard move to pull off, especially for Thurlow Rogers in terms of the target on his back. But he was a special rider with a lot of tools. But yeah, that is yet another move. It's another wrinkle where you see a rider, Kevin Metcalf did that, where you're like, is he away? He's got 4 seconds. Right? And then, wait a minute, it's 8 seconds, but he's not. How did he do that? It's almost camouflage instead of telegraphed.
A lot of times the winning move is not the one where you sprint away because it's just obvious, but it's where you just kind of saunter away to where they let you go. Especially in the World Tour, they let the break go, and then they start kind of riding hard once they have the gap. It's a bit of a counterintuitive. So like right now is kind of a good example. You see the rider looking back diagonally.
And that's Eli Watson having a conversation with 4 laps to go. With 4 laps to go, again, William Denman at the front. The Watson boys done a very good job of managing load management. These 2 young riders definitely showing their faces on each and every quarter of the football game, if you will, but not overextending, right? It seems like, again, we're starting to see them growing stronger between the ears, making these moves, whereas, hey, by the way, Eli's 14. Okay, so let's take it easy. Jack's age 16. But they certainly are swinging over their pay grade and learning. I think they're coached up. I think they really do listen to Rasan Bahati, and they listen to the mentors and the NSEC brothers. And, the Williams brothers will tell you, if you fail to plan to fail. Actually, I just got some intel. Their racing ages are 14 and 16. Their actual birth ages are 13 and 15. So it's even more tremendous. Just imagine the future of these kids. Age 13 and 15, on paper 14, 16. You have your racing age and your actual age. Yes. That's why being born in November was pretty cool, right? I had an extra 11 months.
And just to clarify for folks watching at home or that aren't quite cyclists, the way the racing age works is your age at the end of the year. We are all together. We're on our final corner. At this point, it looks like an inevitable bunch sprint. Water bottles being pitched into the bushes. My hunch is that might have been Eli. Maybe Rasan or one of his mentors taught him that. Pitching the bottle, getting rid of it, lightening the bike up.
With 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Ontario, California. This is Majestic Cycling. Shout out to one of the Watson's parents for being a Texas Longhorn grad. I think it's the mother. But, yeah, Worthington on the mic, also a Texas Longhorn. It's definitely the mother, because I'm getting horns down by Daddy Watson over here. Hey, hopefully are you an Aggie? We're still friends. He says gig 'em. All right. Duly noted, sir. Big rivals, talking about Texas A&M and yet they're married, and they're wonderful couple and wonderful parents to wonderful children. So that just goes to show, e pluribus unum, through many, one.
Didn't know we'd be reading quotes off the back of the $1 bill today. I thought you'd go with a little bit of Novus Ordo Seclorum, New Order of the Ages. But careful, we go down that conspiracy theory road. We'll start talking about the pairing with the all-seeing eye at the top.
Oh, man, we're going to talk about the triad and the man flashing the umbrella with the aluminum antenna.
Illuminati.
Here we go. We are starting to get off the Indian Reservation, looking at lap cards, reminding myself, it's 2 to go. It's 2 to go. 2 laps remaining in this bike race.
Who wants it? Anybody's race at this point. If you got a flyer left in the legs, now's the time to hit it. When the pace is low and we're sitting 4 wide, maybe you saunter off to the side, lay down some big boy watts.
Ride through the pain, embrace the pain, block the pain, whatever it takes to get the job done inside of 2 to go.
Gorgeous dry pavement. Perfect racing conditions. They've done studies, and the human body is most efficient for endurance sports at about 68 degrees. Warm enough to where the muscles are warm and fresh, able to open up, but not too hot to where the body suffers from having to cool down. Some of the fastest marathons are run in these sort of conditions. Running definitely teaches you to suffer well. And a bike race, it's pretty much a game of how much pain can you take. Mix in some grit and some tactics, and you've got yourself a winning formula for taking some W's. We have a solo rider off the front. Shall see who it is as we come around our last corner.
This is an intrepid move, a bold move by this rider. My goodness gracious, he's got a 10-second gap as he comes down the boulevard. We're going to be ringing the bell. This is 1 lap to go. With 1 lap to go. 1 to go. 1 to go. 1 lap remaining in this bike race. Frank Torres still on the move with 1 lap to go.
You know, we love to see the heroism of it. Absolutely going for it, courageous. I think he's just about out of gas. Has been absorbed. We'll see how we look on the back stretch.
Yeah, that's certainly tough sledding for Torres. He made a real try out there, but yeah, he's going to get gobbled up. I think the Hoover vacuum is on max right now. Torres on a short leash. It's all about poise under the noise. Right now, you got to block out the conversation, get it done. The Watson brothers in good position. We've seen Jack early, and he threw down some watts. We saw Eli come through, kind of stitch and weld this thing together. It's all about position right now. They've learned from the best. This is the nitty-gritty. We are in the red zone, man. It is red hot here in Ontario, California.
Final corner, strung out. Jumping out of the saddle. Looks like Jack Watson. Hard to tell from here.
And here we go. There's Eli Watson in the move. And a big jump right here in acceleration. He has done it. That's Dario Ramirez. Launching from the back, showing a fresh, clean pair of wheels is Ramirez taking the win.
In the Jumbo Visma kit, no less. You see, a lot of sports, it's acceptable to wear, you know, the team jersey. I think we need to see more of that in cycling. I think it really helped things to grow. There's nothing wrong with wearing a team kit. If you like the team, a World Tour team kit, by all means, run what you brung. Support your favorite riders. And rumor has it, it's an extra 50 watts.
I thought that was Wout van Aert coming up through the middle, man, from Belgium. Who was that kid? He was flying, man.
Wout van Aert's melanated older brother. Getting after it.
Oh, man, I've never seen a brother from Belgium like that. He was drilling it, man. That was really impressive.
Definitely
Man.
a sizable gap there. Next race, go ahead and bring it to the line. Category 4s. And junior men. About to put on a show for us.
Our Category 4 is moments away. We'll be racing for 40 minutes. Category 4s.
Junior men, age 15 through 18.
So we'll see if the Watsons go back to back. Shortly going to hand the mic over to Chief Official Ed Keck. Hey, real quick, we want to make sure that if you guys are still hungry for lunch, Tacos by Victor, open for business. Go get you some.
In 40 minutes. You'll be racing for approximately 40 minutes. Appropriate time, we'll show you lap cards, starting with 8 laps to go. When we get to 5 laps to go, the wheel pit, which is located to your left, 25 yards past the start finish, over here, the wheel pit closes. So if you have a legitimate mechanical or other type of incident, please go as quickly as possible to the wheel pit without riding backwards on the course. and we'll sort it out for you there. You may be eligible for a free lap up to 5 laps to go. Remember, you see 8 laps to go, but when the carts go to 5, the wheel pit closes. Riders out of contention may be pulled at my discretion. But I'm likely to leave you in if you are left in and in danger of being lapped. Please don't impede the group coming up from behind you. The mixed group has got juniors and category 4 men. You juniors, and well, all of you, no dive bombing in the corners. Be aware of where you are on the course. Protect your front wheel. For the sprint, stay in the sprint lane. Don't deviate or try and close the door on someone. The sprint lane is directly perpendicular to the start finish. So once you open up the sprint, come straight to the start finish. Be a motor referee out there with you. Obey any and all instructions of the motor referee. And a final instruction new for this year. Keep your hands on either the bar tops, the hoods, or the drops. No more puppy paws type of position on the bike. That's with your forearms resting against any portion of the handlebars. Are there any questions, Category 4 riders? Start you on my whistle. Timers? Riders ready.
Okay, we are off and underway. Timers definitely ready. Riders certainly ready. Ready to go. It's Sunday, and we are racing in the streets. It's go time, Category 4s racing for 40 minutes. In our Category 4s, we are giving away on offer Preems, Preem Laps. Up for grabs, the Muck Off, the Bang energy drinks. And this is really exciting. One free entry to the Victorville stage race.
Category 4 race, statistically, right around an 80 to 90% chance of being a bunch sprint. But we shall see if the breakaway artists would like to offer a rebuttal for that stat. Perfectly dry pavement out here in Ontario, California. I want to say thank you to our sponsors, Davidson Bike Law, State Farm, Kathy Sanchez with Realty Masters, Jessup Auto Plaza, Big Orange, one of the largest cycling clubs and oldest cycling clubs in Southern California, University of Southern California, and InCycle Bicycles with our Preems. Nothing great happens on accident. Life takes intentionality. And we are intentionally strung out on our first lap. Tail gunning for fun, and our girl Julie double dipping out here in the men's race. I suppose it's open Category 4, but one of our women racing twice, emptying the tank, dumping some watts out there, going home tired. Best training you can get is racing. This race going for 40 minutes. Followed immediately by the pro men's 1 through 3. Our main event of the day. And closing up just after that, our pro women's main event. Pro men will be racing for 70 minutes, 7-0. If you're category 3, you want to gain some fitness, good chance to do just that. Double dipping, hopping in the pro men's 1, 2, 3. Solo rider on the front, rider 455, making moves, getting this race started. That's Edgar Munoz. We saw him earlier in the day doing the exact same thing, instigating the peloton. Edgar's saying, if we're going to race for 40 minutes, you better bet we're going to race for 40 minutes. Make it hard. All it takes is a few motivated riders try and slip away off the front. Really put on a show for us and surprise us. That breakaway. There is that attack that's I'm a big fan of, is through the start-finish line. It's the attack for grandma at home watching on YouTube. I mean, if you're going to attack, might as well do it on camera, right? Well, that's what happens on the backstretch. That's probably the really threatening moves. I believe we've got a slight headwind into our finishing stretch. Looks like maybe 7 miles per hour. Get some wind on the snout and show them what you're about. Cycling truly is a balance between tactics, fitness, riding savvy / lazy smart. Seldom does the strongest person win a bike race. Takes a balance, tactics. Chess at 180 beats per minute. He's got friends. O Prime has joined him. Rider 467. Munoz has got some help. Sergio Lazoya willing to risk it for the biscuit and go for this early game break. We're about 6 minutes in, 34 minutes left. Julie of Major Motion getting that time trial work in. Atta girl. Racing 2 races today.
So at Will 2, we have Edgar Munoz of the Munoz family out there battling. Category 4's out on course. The Perez brothers out there stretching their legs, another family affair. Isaac and Michael Perez. And at the tip of the spear, that was Greg Hickman with Go Fast. Go Fast in Cycle out of San Dimas. A premium pro shop. A pro shop like none other. Go say hey to my friend Patrick Caro at InCycle. InCycle Bicycles, San Dimas, California. My friends at Major Motion also representing very well out there. Summer Volpe, Latara Hill, Julie Sims, Lisa Muhammad, Michael Howard. And we also have Joseph Ali out there with Major Motion Cycling Club. Sort of on Mount Rushmore. Major Motion I'm talking about. The pride of South Central, Major Motion Cycling Club. Done a heck of a lot for the sport here in Southern California and beyond. There goes Dylan Anderson, rider number 2, young man at 22 years of age, has shown that he has legs. He could roll. He will roll.
One of our top women, Marlena Bemis, won our women's race this morning. She's in here with the men.
Go, Lisa Muhammad. Go.
Holding her own.
And Julie Sims. Julie Sims. All right. Looking good. Stay on the pedal, man. There are all winners out there today. Don't anticipate. Participate. Ride your bike. Well done. So, yes, Marlena Bemis still in there, too. That's awesome. Okay. Well, thank you, Sunflower. PAA Cycling. She won earlier today. She's also in the field. Marlena Bemis. And this is Julie coming through right now. Awesome. Stay on that pedal, Julie Sims. Stay on the pedal. Yeah.
On the hoods at 90 degrees. That is the proven aerodynamic, most beneficial position. They've done studies, and you're actually more aerodynamic on the hoods with your elbows at 90 degrees than you are in the drops, as there's less surface area of the arm showing.
So, right, so it's elbows more in, and also the back is still flat, reasonably flat in that position.
High-speed racing on the front with 2 riders regulating. Sizable gap. You might need a little bit of help, a little bit more firepower. But that is one of these nonsensical attacks that we talk of that can very well turn into something significant. And the way I see it, each additional breakaway sets the stage for the subsequent breakaway. Cycling is indeed a team sport. When you have a teammate up the road busting themselves to stay away, the moment they get brought back, it is your duty to counter that move. Can definitely be a numbers game. Last week in the women's pro race, we saw Georgetta Ungaru in a 3-on-1 situation with the in-cycle mommies. They definitely use those team tactics to their advantage, try and soften her up for the sprint as much as possible. Job, stay on it. Find your way up to that other wheel.
And this is pretty cool. I got the results for the Category 3s, the Killer 3s. Official results have a young 13-year-old taking the bronze. In third place, Eli Watson, age 13. That young man is going places. Riding for Bros Ride Backs. In second place, Holden Hammondtree picking up the silver. Hammondtree was definitely an ambitious rider out there today with a lot of bold moves. An intrepid rider. Watch out for Holden Hammondtree in second place. And your champion today, obliterating the field in an incredible burst of acceleration in the final 150 meters, Daryl Ramirez taking the win. Congratulations, Watson, Hammondtree, and Ramirez.
Can we get category 3s in collegiate men A and B to the podium, please? We're about to put you on Instascam. Get you some likes. Keep those sponsor dollars flowing. Category 3s and collegiate men A, B to the podium for your podium ceremony.
Well, it's not real unless it's photographed, man. It's a flashbulb moment. So in the collegiate, that's Hartridge Ackerman, and also Devin Wilson, Matthias Johnson, and Yupeng Zhang.
I think the cycling equivalent of that, of pics or it didn't happen, is Strava or it didn't happen. Like, oh, I rode an easy 100K yesterday, 7,000 feet of climbing. Strava or it didn't happen, bruh.
Or what about, I did 100K at 45 miles an hour average speed. Oh, that's right. Your bike was on the rack still.
Yeah, I'm going to flag that one.
A little bit.
Nowadays, Strava is so competitive to where if you lose a KOM, you don't know the person's name. It's usually the mountain biker headed home after the ride.
Right, subterfuge.
And the beauty of having a power meter is you can kind of see, how legit is this. iSpeed Racing, lighten it up through the start finish. We call that the attacking from my girlfriend watching on YouTube. Like, baby, look how fit I am. I'll be attacking. That's my move, though. Always attack through the start finish line. If you're going to attack, might as well do it on camera. See if we can light these guys up with some preems here next.
That's a very good call. We've got all kinds of preems up on offer. We can give away the muck off the bang, or hey, we also have a free entry to the Victorville stage race.
Goodness, that's probably $150 value right there. 3 days of racing, brought to you by Majestic Cycling. 5.5 mile opening time trial, 700 feet of climbing. If you're one of these skinny little whippets and gravity does not exist for you, if you go uphill way too fast, this is the race for you. The race of truth, no drafting, you versus the clock. How much pain can you take for 5.5 miles? Followed by Saturday, the road race of varying distance based on your category, and a downtown criterium on Sunday.
Yeah, that's going to be electric up in Victorville, March 24th, 25th, 26th. Just around the corner. I know you've got your block in. I know you're ready. Make sure you're registered. Although one of these riders hoping to pick up a free entry. Product Preem on the line. Product Preem. We're doing the muck off. This stuff is awesome. A Product Preem, the winner of this next lap, picking up the muck off. Who's it going to be? Product Preem on the line. Good on you, Julie Sims.
Love to see it. We've got a break established. The field is single file, chasing full gas. Looks like they're going for the preem. It's going to be close. Who wants it?
Wow, that was either UCLA or Polytech. I think UCLA got that one.
Keep it rolling, boys. You got a gap. Pull through. Establish the thing. Sizable distance. Looking like maybe 6 seconds. The question is, does anybody that followed that move still have legs? Kind of the breakaway artist sneak attack is when you counter someone going for a preem. Rider number 442.
That's Bob Dylan Anderson. Dylan Anderson. Like a rolling stone. That was a very scintillating sprint. A close call. Dylan Anderson picking up the muck off. Big shout out to Hustle Brand also here. They've been a tremendous sponsor. Good to partner with Hustle Brand and State Farm. Also by Davison Bike Law. Cassidy Davison taking over the reins from our friend Seth Davidson. Davidson Bike Law has really stepped up, as has N-Cycle Bicycles. Since 1991, N-Cycle Bicycles out of San Dimas, California. Yeah, my old buddy Andy Jessup with the Jessup Auto Plaza out of Palm Springs. We appreciate your partnership as well, big guy, Andy Jessup. And thank you for your help and stewardship. I'm talking about Big Orange. Big Orange has done a great job of galvanizing the sport and bringing smiles, to the community, to the cycling community. They really are proof positive that there is unity in the cycling community. I'm talking about Big Orange out of the South Bay.
Midway through our Category 4 race, 40 minutes in duration, a little bit over halfway through.
Over at Podium Plaza, a big shout out to our winner, Chris Ackerman. Job well done, Mr. Ackerman. And second place, Caden Hartridge there at Podium Plaza. Hartridge with Cal Polytech San Luis Obispo and Ackerman, UCLA.
Rider 470, Benjamin Garcia, patrol in the front.
And calling to the podium our top three in the Killer Threes. The aforementioned Eli Watson in third place. And taking second, Holden Hammondtree. And our winner today in the Cat Threes, Daryl Ramirez.
Your belly is growling, looking for a little pick-me-up. Tacos Victor. Carne asada, chicken, al pastor, and more. Serving you lunch. Tacos, burritos, pupusas, and more. Just across from the start-finish line. Tacos Victor. We are all together. Let's see if we can fire him up, give him a preem lap. Got a case of Bang Energy. Case of Bang Energy preem lap. Case of Bang Energy drank.
Free drink. Brought to you by Bang Energy, all natural.
And for our spectators looking to catch the stoke, get some caffeine in you, Bang Energy is free. Giving away free energy drinks just west of the start-finish line here. Colorful tent from the good folks at Bang Energy. Looking at lap cards on the next lap. There'll be 8 laps to go. ESPN the Ocho. Got our 2 ladies working together. Finally found each other's wheels. A little 2-for-1 for you. Give you the women's Category 4 race. The men's. Good job, gals. Dry pavement. Slight wind. Perfect conditions for a bike race. My name is Ronnie Toth. I'm here accompanied by David Worthington on the mic, bringing you Majestic cycling from Ontario, California all day long.
Whoa, it looked like UCLA. I'm going to have to get confirmation on that photo finish.
And they are continuing to roll. That is probably the most promising breakaway of the day, those 3. That could be it, folks. Time to make sure that left pedal is clipped in and start pedaling.
With 8 laps to go. 8 laps to go.
Left pedal. You mean we're allowed to clip in both of these feet? Clip them both in. Apply pressure. Lather, rinse, repeat. That's the first promise of a breakaway I've seen. This next lap should be telling. You got to be able to stay out there at least 1 full lap before I start to toss the odds in your favor. She is thanking God for lap cards. I can relate. I've been there. Some of the Red Hook crit races. Remember, each Red Hook crit final that I finished, I felt like I cheated death. So you're on a fixed gear track bike, 1 gear, no fear. If I'm honest, there's definitely a little bit of fear. But the Milan, Italy final was 31.1 miles per hour, 420 watts. Absolutely cross-eyed, just dying on the wheel. In hindsight, it comes out of the few of the riders tested positive for EPO. Definitely explains the average speed and wattage cottage. But I lived to fight another day. I believe the average wattage was 420 watts, I want to say.
Boys on the gear, as they say. That was Aiden Beckman bending it like Beckman, picking up the preem. Remember, we've got a stage race coming up, so let's do it right now. Ringing the bell for a free entry at the Victorville stage race. Ringing the bell for a free entry at the Victorville stage race.
Got to get there, find that wheel, get across.
With 7 laps to go, this is a preem. 7 to go. We're giving away a free entry to the Victorville stage race on the line.
I see it's a common thing. I've seen a lot of riders taking gels with 3 laps to go. But typically for me, I don't feel a gel. It takes at least 5 to 10 minutes to kick in. But as a general rule, you want to have these calories in your belly as opposed to in your back pocket. I'd always give my girl a hard time. Say, look, the water on the frame doesn't do it any good. You got to put it in your belly in order to be hydrated. And as a general rule for endurance athletes, they recommend your last meal be 3 hours before your race. The idea is that if the blood is in your belly, digesting, the blood is not in your legs, digesting the competition at 28 miles per hour. A little bit of tricks of the trade there. But last meal, I wouldn't have it any closer than 2 hours before race day. It's not as much of a factor out here since it's not crazy hot, but maybe later in the season it will be. But as a general rule, you want to keep your pee clear as an athlete. If your pee is not clear, you're not hydrated. It's a nice litmus test.
Well, check it out. We have 2 riders, followed by 2 riders, followed by the Angry Peloton, and this is for the free entry for the Victorville stage race, and picking it up cleanly right there. Aiden Beckman goes back-to-back on the Breams. Aiden Beckman, congratulations. You're racing for free with 6 laps to go.
So Beckman may have continued, but his brake mate has sat up. Looks like it's going to be a solo breakaway now, but my hunch is that's not going to be enough horsepower to stay away. Looking at about an 8-second gap to our boy Beckman. The wind is starting to pick up as our day progresses. We warned you earlier, as the temperature changes, as do the wind conditions. Looks like about a 10-mile-per-hour wind blowing from the south. I can tell you the way that wind will factor in will lead to more attacks on the backside, and it'll lead to a more late game sprint, meaning our sprinters aren't going to want to pop out of the wind until just past that stop sign. The harder the headwind, the longer you're going to wait to unleash fury with all of your late game watts.
And with 5 to go, Beckman still stamping it out, crushing the pedals, riding for Velosport, a program that develops a lot of great riders. Beckman up the road, 5 laps to go. This is Majestic Cycling.
Yeah, frustrating aspect of cycling is as you tire, your attack may feel like an attack to you, but in reality, you might just be welding the field together. We shall see. We had UCLA on the front attempting to bring Beckman back.
And don't forget, folks, coming up moments away, our men Pro 1-2 Elite. 70 minutes of action. There will be cash, merchandise, red hot action. It's all up for grabs coming up next. They'll be racing for 70 minutes. This is live. We are here in Ontario, California. Welcome, everybody. And it will be interesting to see the crosswind starting to build. There's almost, you can get that feel where it's starting to move, the energy, exactly. And there's almost, the wind is almost prevailing, and you're going to run out of road because the protected side is going to be on the inside.
That wind from the south, 10 miles per hour, will definitely play a factor in between corners 1 and 2. And over the top of the course. A little bit more sheltered up there with the buildings. But I'd say straightaway number 2 is going to be our most exposed. Love to see this, folks. The courage that it takes to be able to go solo, to roll the dice, get after it. Beckman was still a promising lead. If the field sits up, he could be gone. All in. Get after it.
And there goes Beckman with 4 laps to go, crushing it, bursting down this runway, ripping through with 4 to go.
So typically, as a general rule, A solo rider needs 10 seconds with 1 lap to go. So he's sitting at about 7 to 8. But all it takes is for the rider on the front to flick his elbow, slide diagonal, nobody else to pull through, and that 7 seconds goes up to 10, 12, incredibly quick. The beauty of being a solo rider off the front is you just put your head down, kiss the stem, and try and endure as much pain as you can take. Turns into a time trial. And there's no tactics involved at that point. You're just chips on the table. Chips forward, cards down. We get to find out if you've got 2 aces or a 4 and a 6.
Well, either way, you're all in, right? At this point, Ronnie, there's no tactics for Beckman. He's unloading all the missiles in the tube. He's going to get first or dead last. He's all in right now, and got to give. It looks like a frivolous effort, but to me, it still has a chance. But it's a kind of a boxer's chance. It doesn't look good for him because the energy of the peloton, they have stampeding efforts. Like the slipstream is so strong, and you're going to exploit that. I feel like the sprint, they might build up to 40 miles an hour. He's going 28. That ain't going to get it done. I feel like he needs 20 seconds to get the job done. We shall see. Still, there he is again, holding on to that arduous, it's the same gap. And you can see the peloton not angry yet, kind of getting wide. Benefit to Beckman, but here we go. 3 laps to go. Adrian Beckman at the front.
Let's show him some love, crowd. That takes guts to go for it. Got a rider trying to jump across solo. Neon pink, lighting it up. Category 4 race in the closing laps of the day, putting on a show. Always had a ton of respect for the Breakaway guys. Really animate the race and go home tired. No regrets. And that's no regrets, as in the meme. Check with your tattoo artist. Make sure their spelling is competent. I believe we're looking at 2 to go next time through.
Yeah, it's confirmation. 2 to go at the line.
Looks like we have a reset. Our boy Beckman has been absorbed. Perfect opportunity if somebody wanted to counter. They've got a 2-lap time trial in them. Now is the time to hit it. Pretty much last chance for the flyer late game breakaway. We're fanned out 5 wide.
That's right. It's all together with 2 to go. Ackerman at the front. 2 laps remaining.
Our women's category 4-5 champion, Marlena Bemis, sitting in there with the men. If I had to bet, I say she takes top 10 in this men's race. I mean, best way to gain fitness as a woman is to ride with strong boys. It's a beautiful sport in that riders of 2 very different fitness levels, typically as much as 30% difference of a spread in fitness, can ride together. You know, the less fit rider can sit in the draft and get towed along, be riding at 95, maybe even 100%. The rider on the front can be almost at their higher end effort as well, and both of them can enjoy the bonding through suffering that humans have a way of facilitating. Rather, some of my closest friendships, just because we bonded, suffering up mountains, hiking, trail running. Humans bond through suffering. We're out here making memories in Ontario, California.
And Julie Sims finishing strong. Good on you. And her teammates.
Major motion rolling deep. Let's see a show of hands from the crowd. Raise your hands if you think we're going to see a late game breakaway. Any believers? We're all voting bunch sprint. I got one believer in the breakaway.
Well, here we go. When they come through, it's going to be one lap remaining in this bicycle race. You know, they say fatigue makes cowards of us all. We are now down to one group. No more flyers that I can see on the registration. I don't see it in the forecast. Here we go with one lap to go. With one lap to go. One lap to go in this bike race. Who's it going to be? One to go.
Looks like we do have a crash on the backside. Hopefully everyone's okay.
And Max Eisenberg with UCLA at the front doing the work, trying to get his teammate Ackerman in position. Hey, maybe we'll see Edgar Munoz of the Munoz family. Yeah, the Munoz family, they are strong believers of cycling, and they produce a lot of good riders. Class acts. En esa la vida todo es posible con pasión y corazón y poquito dinero.
What we heard is David is all out of money. So we're about to find out who your real friends are.
In this life, everything is possible with passion and with heart.
And tell your friends you lost all your Bitcoin. We find out who's real. Like, I don't know. Not your keys, not your cheese.
Love and passion is the currency of the day. A rider right now taking that final corner.
Huge gap. Absolutely incredible. He was saving it.
That looks like Beckman.
Good night. Look at that cadence.
Wow! Michael Perez!
He is still going.
Confusion here, and that's Dylan Anderson. We have Perez and Dylan Anderson. That did not look realistic to me. We're going to get, the officials will suss it out. Is either Perez or Dylan Anderson?
I'm thinking Anderson. That looked a little overzealous.
Yeah, it did. It didn't look real to me.
Was he hiding in the bushes?
Perez was in a small ring. he looked like an elephant on a bar stool at about 200 RPMs. We might have a situation. So Perez a lap down. Yeah, our eyes did not deceive us. Unofficial. Dylan Anderson with a tremendous turn of speed.
We had a crash with 1.5 laps to go, so that's what that was. It's probably just stoked to be alive, going for it, bringing it home strong. But we're going to cheer for him when he comes back through because he's going to be riding at exactly that full gas tempo this whole last lap. Got to love that cadence. Spinning is winning. The way I explain it is your body is a much more efficient cardio machine than it is a muscular one. If you were to go to the gym and do the leg press, you can only do a full stack one time. We still got riders on the course. Let's keep it clear. High-speed racing, bringing it home strong. But back to the leg press, spinning versus mashing analogy. You could do the full stack maybe 5 times if your life depended on it. But if you were to throw the incline leg press on 20 pounds, you could push that for 5 hours if you had to. That is the example of spinning versus mashing. And in cycling, you want to save your mashing, your leg presses, your big gear for when you need to close a gap, when you're attacking, when you're going up on a hill and you're all out of gears, or the final sprint. Essentially stay at that 90 RPMs using the cardio and save the legs, the muscular power when you absolutely need it. Bringing it in strong. May have been one of our fastest laps of the day. Killing it. Posting up. Surviving a crash. At a guy. Rider 459. Michael finishing strong. Empty the tank. Go home tired. No regrets. That's a tattoo artist that spelled it wrong. If you remember that meme.
Course Marshal. Course Marshal, please.
And after this RV,
Let him through.
Go ahead and have our pro category 1 to the line after this RV. Coming in hot.
Thank you very much. Looking good.
Our pro men's field, main event of the day. I welcome you to the line. Pro men's field. We welcome you to the starting line. Majestic Cycling, race number 3. Butcher Box Pro Cycling, well represented. Team 6, Ride Bikes.
And we have Eddie Huntsman in the field. Hey, Sexy Rexy Roberts is here with Ride Bikes. Legion is in the house. Yesterday we saw Mr. Paez pick up first in Rosanna Ranch.
Always wonderful to see a Domestique take the win, putting the mystique in Domestique. Handing over to our lead official with the race directions.
His teammate Corey Williams picking up silver yesterday. And a very impressive third place, John Janik yesterday. Good to see Brian McCulloch back here, doubling up. Just haven't got enough, have you, buddy? Good to see you. And I'm liking that high-speed racing kid. Very nice. Skyline also in the peloton. We are loaded like a Pringles in a can, like a snowpack at Baldy.
Riders racing for approximately 70 minutes, 70 minutes. At the appropriate time, we'll go to lap cards, showing you 8 laps to go. Now, you may be eligible for a free lap for a legitimate mechanical up to 5 laps to go. So you're going to see lap cards at 8 laps to go, but at 5 to go, when the leaders see 5 to go, the wheel pit is closed. So you're asking yourselves, where is there left? About 25 yards behind me past the start finish. Wheels in, wheels out, wheel pit. If you have any kind of mechanical or other type of incident, go to the wheel pit. Don't go to your car or your team tent or to 7-Eleven. Go to the wheel pit. We'll sort things out there. Remembering the wheel pit closes at 5 laps to go, when the leaders see 5 laps to go. Riders, new for 2023, your hands must be either on the bar top or on the hoods or in the drops. No more puppy paws type of putting your elbows or your forearms against the bars. Your hands themselves have to be in contact with the bar someplace. There'll be a motor referee out there with you. Obey all instructions of the motor referee. Start you on time in 3 minutes.
Real quick, we are moments away from our Pro 1-2. Congratulations to Alejandro Che for making the selection. He is invited to race and represent Team USA. Soon he'll be racing in Europe. Alejandro, congratulations to you, and to Luke Fetzer, also representing Team USA. Watch him at Paris-Roubaix Juniors version. That is going to be incredible. Dante Young in the house with the megawatt smile. Legions of Los Angeles with their skeleton crew ready to get things done. The dynastic, fantastic Legions of Los Angeles.
Any of you that use gels, don't litter on the course. If you use a gel, store it in your back pocket or in your leggings, or bring it back and put it in the trash. No radios. No super tuck. I don't know what advantage that gives you on this course, but no super tuck. Yeah, your hands have to be on the bars, and your behind has to be on the saddle. Somewhere on the saddle. Start you in 30 seconds. Timer's ready. Riders, on my whistle.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime. It is Sunday. It is Sunday and it's go time. We are live. This is Majestic Cycling. Welcome everybody. Racing for 70 minutes.
It's going to be 70 American minutes, not to be confused with 70 European minutes. No need to do the kilometers to miles conversion. I always like giving my rides in kilometers. Way more impressive. Oh, just 100K today, 4,000 meters of climbing. It mostly confuses the girlfriend. Makes you sound much more impressive. We are indeed live and getting comments. lacrits.com. Live stream on YouTube. Making your mama proud, making your dad blush. Your abuelita on the East Coast watching on the interwebs. If you're going to attack, do it in front of a camera, right? Be immortalized on the internet forever.
And confirmation, Luke Fetzer is here. He's on the line, and he's out there racing. So we have Luke Fetzer, and he's going to be joined by Alejandro Che. I believe in about a week's time, they're heading over to Roubaix. I'll confirm that with Mango Fetzer. Mango Fetzer, a tremendous friend as well. And so proud to have Luke on that roster representing the Stars and Bars. You know, whether they get it done, they might get kicked in the teeth, but they're going to come back stronger and more bold, and they are representing proper. Che and Fetzer are tremendous young men and really on the rise. Their trajectory looks incredible as they go Richter. And here we go right now on lap one. Luke Fetzer on the point. Luke Fetzer with a tremendous result in Valley of the Sun race last weekend, I believe, in Austin, Texas at the Driveway Series. So he is getting the job done. He's coming to this race with terrific form. Well, right on cue, Ronnie Toth, the wind starting to whip up. This is going to be extremely fascinating to see how these riders respond to this wind. And you can see the silver clouds are starting to stack up against San Gabriel, the south-facing mountains, just a couple kilometers to the north, if you will. It looks really close today with the snowpack, 10,000 feet of snow from 2,500 to about 13,000 above mean sea level. It is a marvelous I mean, the storm has been so powerful, but it's brought to Southern California that which we need. The snowpack and the feeding of the aquifers. 4 riders, looks like butcher boxes in this move. I'll get a confirmation. Was that Ed Huntsman? Ice Speed now frothing at the front, lighting it up.
As the day gets moving on, we'll be able to tell you, what we're looking at as far as bunch sprint or breakaway. But the best indicator is really to see how much CJ Williams and Jason Paez are having to work, because it is their job to weld everything together for the inevitable bunch sprint for Corey and Justin, Legion in Los Angeles. So the more that the field has Jason Paez up against the ropes, you could describe it as essentially a race, everyone versus Jason Paez. And then it's Corey's job to sign, sealed, delivered, sprint it out, post up across the line. But as you're gathering, cycling is indeed a team sport. Teamwork does indeed make the dream work. That's why they pay Jason the big boy dollars. Keep the dream alive.
Well, to borrow a phrase from the investment world, prior performance is no guarantee for future results. And also, another thing, the Williams brothers, sometimes they don't really appreciate being typecast. I remember Justin Williams would flog himself to try to break that typecast and work the front. There's Project 6 moving right now. One rider up the road. These three in check and right on cue. Who's at the front chasing? Corey Williams. Corey Williams not to be typecast. Corey Williams not afraid of the wind.
He's actually been a past state time trial champion, so you're making a point. As you touched upon earlier, as the categories get fitter and closer to being World Tour, sprinters are good for a few miles. It's foolish to think that a sprinter is just fit for 200 meters. To be a good sprinter, you need to be able to hold the wheel in a lead-out train, sitting fifth wheel at 350 watts. The shorter you are, the less watts you need to stay hidden in the strip stream. But it is definitely a misunderstanding that sprinters are only good for a few hundred meters. You need to be incredibly fit. And the goal as a sprinter is to get fit enough to where you can do as little as it takes to survive till the end. But a lot of times, as little as it takes requires an FTP of around 350 watts.
And that is fascinating, isn't it? Because you were talking about Cavendish as a prototypical sprinter. Cavendish isn't winning prologues, but Wout van Aert, he's a guy. Peter Sagan, who retired this year, I believe, he's a guy that could win in a bunch and take that prologue effort. So there is a new cavalry coming on that can do both, multitask. It's a very finite, rarefied air group, but they do exist out there, guys that can go, favorites in the prologue even, like a Peter Sagan, and a favorite in a bunch, and not a bad climber. So Cavendish is he's really kind of one-dimensional if you're going to throw out, that as an example.
Solo Dolo off the front on the hunt, making moves, making his parents proud. Team 6 rider. See if we can get a number attached to that name. CJ Williams going across, doing his job, trying to neutralize this break.
And that's Jason Paez, wheel number 4 on the outside, the right side of the road on the southbound stretch. This is southbound start-finish. So, in other words, this is the bearing. Those riders, if they continued on this bearing, they'd be in Mexico in around about an hour and a half. Only 90 miles down the road. At this clip, they'd get there pretty quick.
15 to the 805. Exit San Ysidro.
Take the 73 to the 60 to the 10 to the 15 to the I-5 to the 101. You're there, man. San Ysidro, here we come.
It's if you're from out of state, it's definitely difficult getting California directions.
Here's a pro tip: if you're flying, you park in San Diego on the north side of the border, and take Tijuana.
Yeah.
I did it for the first time.
Much cheaper.
Much cheaper. I mean, by far. It's not a little bit. It's like twice less.
Especially if you're going in Mexico, you're saying.
Right. You're right.
Yeah.
It was a domestic flight. We flew down to Mexico City. Had a tremendous time. Yeah. Flying out of Tijuana. It's the first time, and I highly recommend.
So you say park in San Diego.
Right.
You Uber across?
Walk across. There's a pedestrian. There's a sky bridge that is all of 60 seconds.
So did you Uber to the line, or did you take?
No, it's all by foot.
Okay.
No Ubers, no golf carts, just a few escalators. How is this rider pulling it off? Wow, Project 6 out of Redlands, California. Look at this. He's got 15 seconds on the field.
Dude, the one-handed look back. It's like aerodynamics. Who needs them? When you're solo dolo on the front, might as well just post up now. Call it a day. We head home, a little bit more rain, a little cozy
And
nap.
boom, no brakes. Going hard. Corey Williams mixing it up.
Sometimes breaks, depending on the apex of the corner. This should be interesting. He's out there with a large gap.
We got to get.
a
I was
name on
thinking
that
about
rider. His number's a little crumpled. It's hard to see his name.
Ronnie, let me say something. I was talking to Alfie Sanchez, and hopefully nobody's listening, but we were thinking about putting a crawler on live on LA Crits with our sponsors. If we can get that done, because we want to thank Big Orange big time. We want to thank Davidson Bike Lock. Cassidy Davidson doing a tremendous job taking over the firm with Davidson Bike Law. Proud to be sponsored by Jersey Jackaroo. Okay, Jersey Jackaroo. These jerseys, the latest jersey, they're electric. They're battery operated. They've done a tremendous job. Thank you so much to Jackaroo Apparel. And a big, big Southern California shout out to Andy Jessup of Jessup Auto Plaza.
Out of Palm Springs, California. Rode with Andy yesterday at the Desert Bicycle Club. If you're looking for a group ride, Southern California, it's got group rides, practice crits spread out all over. And with the time change coming up next weekend, look forward to that. A little bit more sunlight.
Wait a minute, let me check yourself. Andy Jessup, he's the unofficial mayor, right, of Palm Springs, is he not? He's a great guy. Really love Andy. And now look, this solo rider has been absorbed a huge counterattack. That's Luke Fetzer on the move. And that's going to create a huge response from Dante Young and from Corey Williams. Pandemonium early in the first quarter right here, right now in Ontario, California.
That move definitely sets it up for a counterattack. That is for sure. You see guys working early. One of our final sponsors, University of Southern California. Thank you for making this possible.
And the man with the dream, the vision, Alfie Sanchez, the foundation. He is the man behind Majestic Cycling. Tip of the hat to Mr. Sanchez and the entire Sanchez family. Kathy Sanchez, you know she's the boss, and she's pulling it off. If you have any real estate needs whatsoever, call Realty Masters and Associates. Ask for Kathy Sanchez.
I tell you, having cycling races to look forward to is a huge boost in morale. The beatings will continue until morale improves. So thank you to Alfie, Majestic Cycling, and family for giving us something to look forward to. We like to say the hardest distance to cover is between the couch and the front door.
Well, shut the front door. Nigel DeSoto's here. It's great to see Nigel. He's been traveling a lot, has he? Now he's been in Europe. I think he actually raced in Turkey. Luke Fetzer now doing the honky tonk at the front, a flip of the elbow. Hey, I did enough. This is my party on the patio. I created this thing. I'm gonna need some help. You guys take over. Luke Fetzer, that young man is going places. He is strong between the ears as well as in the legs and heart and lungs.
Now that is almost a field split. It's a little bit too big to call a breakaway, but not quite big enough to call a field split. But that has some promise. A lot of hitters in that break. Longer a break stays out, the greater the chance of it sticking to the line. A good tactic I found is just measuring how long does a breakaway stay out there. Break stays out for two laps. That's a bit of a threat. As that goes up, next time a break gets out there, stays out for 3 laps, it just lets me know that the collective matches of the peloton are waning. The way I understand it is there's a total number of matches that the peloton has. Say each rider has 10 to 20 full gas 1 minute efforts at 500, 600 watts. As that number dwindles, the chances of a breakaway sticking away go up exponentially. But there also comes a time to where each rider may only have 1 to 2 left, and they are content saving it to try and unleash fury in the final bunch sprint. But I heard Alfie, the race director, Majestic Cycling, saying that very well could be gone. I think I might agree with you, Alfie. Well, we shall see. Let's give him a preem lap here. We'll light it up. Bang Energy, preem lap, preem lap.
Product Preem, Bang Energy on the line. Product Preem.
And if you're looking to catch some stoke, as our audience, Bang Energy is giving away free energy drinks. It's got the free word to it. We have movement towards the Bang Energy tent. They've got a super creatine product out. And 6 different flavors, 300 milligrams of caffeine. You will not be sleeping until about 4 a.m. tonight. Be making weird trades on Bitcoin all night long. DCA, dollar cost average, all day. That just means you're gradually buying. Try and average your way into a position. All right, let's get some audience opinion. I want to see a raise of hands if you think it's going to be a breakaway finish over a bunch sprint? Raise your hands if you're thinking breakaway from our audience. Don't stop believing. Some of our collegiate athletes saying yes. Some of our mothers of the breakaway also saying yes. Who do you get? Which horse you got in the race?
We shall see, but the over-under's 50-50.
She gives me a subtle wink.
Do you go with the break or do you pick the pack? This rider's going to pick up the Bang Energy pallet. A full case of Bang Energy to Luke Fetzer from Laguna Beach, California.
That could be telling. Luke's mom just gave me a knowing wink. She knows something about the breakaway. Luke Fetzer on the move. Risking it for the biscuit, putting Corey Williams on the front. There's a direct relation between the probability of a breakaway staying away and Corey Williams being on the front. If he's having to chase you, chances of that breakaway go up. You got to make them work. Nothing great happens on accident. But like I said, unless you make Jason Paez work, I'm saying we're looking at a bunch sprint. Sometimes Corey likes to just warm up by going on the front and chasing you down just to show you that he can.
So watch out for Dante Quiet Storm Young racing for the Miami Blazers. No stranger to the podium. Dante, forever young. Rider out of Los Angeles. Reorganization right now. Corey Williams taking another tug, stretching the legs out, and that opens up the door for his teammate Jason Paez over the top on the inside, hotting up the pace. I'm getting the memoranda from Legions. They want to break. They're okay with opening the thing up. They've got first and second in the points competition. Corey Williams first, Jason Paez second after 3. That Team 6 project rider, Wyatt Funk, keeping it funky. We're going to see a little country, a little rock and roll, a little funk here in the next 65 minutes. That I promise.
We're about 19 minutes in. Word on the street from some of our races has been pretty spicy out there.
It's been caliente, red hot, spicy already. Absolutely. Let's talk about Alejandro Che once again. Age 17 in junior gears, along with Luke Fetzer, who's already stirring the pot out there out on course. Alejandro Che won Barrio Logan last year, Sea Otter, LAX, and he's your current U.S. national champ junior on the road. He won states last year at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix.
Dalton Thornsberry rolling the dice. CJ Williams putting in work today. Earning his keep with his younger brothers. But the real indicator is you got to put Jason Paez on the ropes. Until we see Jason Paez on the front, the race has been easy. Just kind of like we see it. Until the lead domestique of Legion is having to weld things together, it's been relatively easy. Because if he stays fresh, they'll just save him the last 5 laps. Do a one-man lead-out train. Try and give you guys a candid, no-holds-bars approach to what's happening out there. We saw Jason Paez do an incredible, nearly one-man lead-out at the Valley of the Sun. 3 days of racing. Jason finds himself on the front during the crit. Last 5 laps doing 30 miles per hour. One-man wrecking crew. But it seems like Legion is using CJ Williams early on, chase down the attacks. Keep Jason and Corey fresh as the closers. If you like what you experienced today, you caught the Stoke, you want to feel like a Tour de France pro, Victorville stage race is coming up in a few weeks. Sleep in your own bed, commute an hour or less, depending on where you live. March 24th, 25th, and 26th. Victorville, California starts with a 5.5 mile prologue. Got white gloves. Shout out to MJ. CJ Williams putting on a clinic of what it means to be a domestique.
And how about that Brian Mitchell? Here comes Rex Roberts. He's coming across. This crit is lit. There's been action-packed lap after lap, body blow after body blow. This is awesome. So we have also, I wanted to say Alejandro Shea at Roger Millikan this year, 2-3 weeks ago, he doubled down. He won both the juniors race and the 2-3s. Alejandro Shea, age 17, awesome. Now, I also been advised no longer junior gears, a new rule. So these riders are, that's one of the reasons why you're seeing Luke Fetzer and Shea turn some speed this year early out of the gates.
Interesting. Kneecaps, who needs them? We're going to get rid of them. No, that rule, so juniors were limited to, I believe it was a 14 tooth. So they're not allowed to have the 11, 12, 13 up until recently, which encouraged them to spin more and kind of save the knees. But that definitely is a factor that could almost change the dynamic of racing. In the past, maybe it encouraged more breakaway riders, but they're also all kind of on the same page. You could argue that a junior rider may be more apt, if they're incredibly fit, to go for the breakaway if they race the pro race versus waiting for a bunch sprint, because they're just not going to be able to turn, a 53-14, no matter what their cadence is, as fast as, a pro athlete doing a 53-11 gear. So you've got stage 6 trailed by CJ Williams.
And look again, the shape, composition of the peloton, shaping every lap is unique.
Got Brian Mitchell, team 6, well represented in that break.
Cross-town traffic, all kinds of erosion and fractures in this peloton early on.
Followed by Category 3 rider Patrick English, earned his Cat 1, 2, 3 legs. Las Piernas Fuerte. You can get the Category 4 podium. If you think you won something, come on over to the podium. We either put you up there or send you away with a sad face. In our family, we like to call it 4th place face. So 4th place face is when you think you podiumed, but then when you find out you didn't, you make what's called 4th place face, which is a little bit like this.
Also, it was N+1. In other words, if it was 10 deep and you got 11th, that's N+1. If it was 6 deep, you finished 7th, N+1. Total bummer. Let me call right now. Let's bring our top 3 in the Category 4s to the Podium Plaza. Our top 3 in 3rd place, racing for Velosport, Aiden Beckman. Bend it like Beckman. A tremendous ride for 3rd.
Yeah, off the front nearly all afternoon.
Exactly. And in 2nd place, Josh Kotani. Josh Kotani, congratulations, picking up 2nd. And our winner in the Category 4s today, Dylan Anderson. Dylan Anderson, congratulations. Beckman, Kotani, Anderson.
Let's light these boys up with a preem. What do we got to give them?
Muck-Off Preem, a Preem Lab, a product Preem, Muck-Off Cleaner.
Get your bike clean. Get that muck off. Clean bike is a fast bike. 3 watts. Clean your drive chain. We are currently about 24 minutes into our men's pro race, Category 1 through 3. We've been lovingly calling it the charcuterie board of pro cycling, because it is the sampler platter. be able to get out there in Cat 3. Once you get that upgrade, you can race in the Pro 123. Really have a taste of what the pro race entails.
Also in the peloton, James Wright with Big Orange. James Wright played D1, full scholarship basketball player out of Colorado State Boulder. James Wright.
All those suicide sprints on the whistle paid off. Built that cardio back playing basketball. Last chance for free Bang Energy. They're packing up and dipping out. Free Bang Energy, 300 milligrams of caffeine, a little bit of creatine. Get you up. Trading weird cryptocurrencies till at least 3 a.m. Rex Roberts in the break.
And picking up that preem, Irvin Zavaleta. Irvin Zavaleta with Breakaway Cycling picking up the preem.
A bit curious. We haven't seen much of Sharon Smith yet. Maybe he's wanting to peak for nationals. Maybe start his season a little bit later. But he's usually one of our Masters hitters that will double dip, hopping in a few races. Usually race the pro race tired after ripping legs off in the Masters field. And we are also missing Justin Williams, the Don of Legion of Los Angeles.
Sharon Smith, we had a sighting in Austin, Texas last week, so he might be exhausted from primping and preening. The diva of Long Beach, Sharon Smith, if you're out there, holler. We got a move right here. Rex Roberts at the front doing the work. Also in that move, Irvin Zavaleta hanging in there with that preem. Here comes Corey Williams folding in. Spencer Ito also in that move.
Brandon York with Rex Roberts. So telling you guys what's going on here. Most pivotal moment of our race so far. This is the most pivotal moment of our race so far with the hitters that are going up the road. You saw Corey bridging across. Next time we see them, we're looking to see a break of 5 to 7 riders working together. Rex Roberts will empty himself in order to stay away. Rider with great break potential, was a former California state champion out at the Victorville road race. An incredibly windy day with a very high attrition rate. If you finish the race, we're giving you a Bear jersey. It's kind of how it worked on that day. Now, kidding aside, there was so many riders that dropped out based on hellacious winds. The crosswind is a separate and divide. Bring the cream to the top. Absolutely no hiding in a nasty crosswind. We're working with about a 10-mile-per-hour wind from the south, leading to a crosswind on the bottom of our course.
So that rider in there, Austin Carroll, for Project 6. Last year he trailed, he fought tooth and nail, finished behind Corey Williams and Dante Young in the Majestic Cycling Points competition. And there's Rex Roberts at the front. Corey has latched on. Corey Williams is in the break.
Got about 8 riders.
Matt O'Mano also in that move with the Williams.
But the most pivotal moment in our race so far, Jack Watson knows it. He knows it's time to put the nose to the grindstone. Put some wind on the sniffer. Kiss that stem and get up the road. make or break point right here. Corey is likely going to get a free ride in that group. Little reason for him to contribute, but nearly guaranteed win if he can stay with them. But anything can happen. It's a bike race. We very well could reshuffle and start over fresh with slightly more tired legs.
The founder of Team 6 Project out there racing, Jeffrey Bowens. Jeffrey Bowens out of Redlands, California, created the company Team 6. The company negotiates media contracts between companies like YouTube and Google.
We look fully committed. Good sized break. Everybody's going to be working. Just saw Corey getting off the front. They are happy to roll that. Look, guaranteed 8th place.
A full stretch, which is the equivalent of roughly 20-second time gap.
That may be all she wrote, folks. You could have Jason Paez possibly try and jump across, but that could be the move for the day. 26 seconds, 2-6, 26 seconds, 2-6 seconds, 26 seconds. Sorry if that sounds repetitive for our audience, but a lot of times as a rider, you can only hear it right when you cross the speaker, trying to show them the love I wish I had as a child. You want to be the announcer that you always wished you had when you were racing. I feel like there's a certain honor among thieves, even in the breakaway, to where they don't start attacking each other until you can pretty much guarantee that the last guy in the breakaway deserves to at least get last in the breakaway, to where if he puts in the work, that you don't start attacking until maybe half a lap to go. That way, the 8th guy in the 8-man break can still limp his solo lycra-clad derriere in for 8th, kind of a reward for putting in work. But our next lap should be very telling as to whether that break is gone.
And there goes Rex at the front right now. Amano looking very good as well. Corey Williams coming through.
I'd say that's all she wrote, folks. We're going to start highlighting names. When we highlight names, that means these are the guys in the break in case they lap the field, but that's a pretty large gap.
Like the Uncola, 7 up right now with about a 28-second time gap.
On the money. 28 seconds, 28 seconds, Team 6, 28 seconds, 8 seconds. This is where the likes of Jason Paez kind of wait for the field to tire themselves out, and he can jump across solo. It's really got to be solo, though, because you don't want to bring any other hitters with you. Say Dante Young, no free rides. Cycling is a team sport, but only amongst the guys wearing your same jersey. Sometimes amongst the World Tour national races, you'll see a bit of a dichotomy happen to where different nationalities will offer these unspoken and sometimes frowned upon alliances amongst their trade teams. Even though they're from the same country, there might be a little bit of a kerfuffle in setting up a trade team, because the trade team pays your bills. You want to renew the contract, get me a national championship, I'll hook you up next year with the director sportif.
Looks like we've lost a rider potentially. I know York was in that move. Brandon York with Farmers. That's indeed a spot of bother. Irvin Zavalita, after taking that preem, he looks like he might be fried, died, and laid to the side.
There's a decent chance it's his second race, but that always is a frustrating place to be. It's one thing to be in no man's land going forward, possibly with a chance of getting across, but another thing to be going backwards, dropped from the break. Velosport trying to do their best to rally
That's
the troops.
Alejandro Shea at the front. Excuse me, Alejandro Shea at the front. wishing and wondering, how can he get across? How can he get Fetzer up there?
Rex Roberts of Ride Bikes Racing, the vegan cyclist out of Northern California, creating quite a culture. Vegan Cyclist does a Mondays at noon auction. It is first comes, first served. As I understand it, and having experienced it, you need to be ready to check out the instant things go live. He sells, lightly used kit that has been passed on from sponsors, creating great deals for people that maybe cannot afford the exuberant luxuries and high prices that the cycling industry may have. But we are all in. I'm saying this break laps the field, looking about 35 seconds, 6 deep, all in. Team time trial. Good night, folks. I think that is all she wrote. And let me tell you, she's been writing and riding about 400 watts. I always measured the difficulty of a race by the normalized power. Probably the hardest road race I did was about 368 watts normalized power. Milan Red Hook Final, 420 watts for 45 minutes. Dante Young on the front. This is when you know they mean business, when you see the sprinters on the front putting in work, trying to bring it back. About 35 seconds. Our chase strung out. That does not bode well. Strung out with gaps. Let's get a poll from the crowd. Show of hands from the crowd. If you think our break is gone, they are not coming back. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. They are indeed gone, as per our crowd. Big thank you to Island Cyclist. That is islandcyclist.smugmug.com. One of our photographers, Mike Coe, snatching phenomenal photography right now of our lead peloton. We are 6 riders deep, about 35, 40 seconds and growing.
That's right. That was Corey taking the point. Matt Omano, who's had a tremendous ride, he's in the move. Rex Roberts with Ride Bikes in the move. Number 25, we do not have his name on the start list. Unfortunately, we're going to try to suss that out. Rider number 25 would like to identify him. Brandon York also in the move with Farmers.
We're looking at a gap of 41 seconds. 41 seconds with Jason Paez on the front. Regulating. Nobody wants to chase. They're content racing for 7th. The way my mama raised me, I don't race for 7th. All in. Go home tired. Leave it all out there. 41 seconds. It's kind of our last call here for putting in effort to bring back that break. 41 seconds, far too big for a solo rider to get across. But the downside is once the gap has gone up that high, you can go on the front and bring it back. But by the time you bring it back, you're done. Like, you're not going to have any strength to be able to do anything once you get there. Probably about 20 seconds is the biggest gap a solo rider is going to be able to jump across if they have incredible fitness.
And thank you to the officials. Jonas Sanchez in the move. That rider number 25 has been identified. If he's still representing us, Jonas Sanchez. And Sanchez is in trouble. Sanchez is in trouble. He's becoming unhitched. He got the call out, and drifting off that break is Sanchez representing Team 6 Project. Oh, no.
If you've ever read Agatha Christie's 10 Little Indians, and then there were 5, and then there were 4, bringing it back to elementary school. Essentially, this billionaire invites 10 people out to an island, and they slowly start disappearing, down to 9, down to 8. They're gone. You boys better start riding. Careful. We are racing for 5th place. Racing for 5th or 6th place. The race is up the road. Trying to clip in your left foot. Start pedaling with both legs. That line kind of reminds me of Chris Lotz back in the day. He'd always say, okay, cupcakes, time to race your bikes. He would like legitimately talk smack to us midway during the pro race.
He had a very dry sense of humor. I think he's been canceled. No, I like Chris. Wacky dude. Hey, there's a lot of characters, man. What do you call the charcuterie of bike racing, right? It's a bouillabaisse of personalities and characters out there. And that's one of the reasons why, hey, we love it. We love the passion, the Corazon, the wackiness. So we have a reduced field, or a reduced breakaway, I should say. We're losing population. Looks like Sanchez has come unhinged. We are down to 5 riders.
We got numbers 2, 50, 44.
Matt Omano, Brandon York, Tom Fuller, Corey Williams, Rex Roberts.
Interesting dynamic at play, but some of those riders just at the point in their career, they might be happy with a 2nd place. But you know, all things equal, if we go to a bunch sprint, you're looking at Corey Williams coming across the line, posted up with a 10-meter gap. So they either need to kind of make some impromptu alliances or thinking about launching some attacks. But you really have to have breakaway riders aligned against a sprinter as strong as Corey in order to have any chance of getting away from him. But a few different races at play here. Our field very well could be getting lapped. They don't start putting down some power. You see that left pedal? You're going to want to clip into that with the foot and then begin pushing. It's going to be the secret here.
5 riders up the road right now. We are roughly 41 minutes, so we are past the halfway mark. We've got 5 in the road. It's a 0.8 mile lap. Here they come right now, ladies and gentlemen. 5 in this break. All elite riders in Omano, Fuller, Williams, Roberts, Zavalita, and York. Free entry to the Victorville Stage Race. A free entry on the line. Up for grabs. The Victorville Stage Race coming March 24th, 25th, and 26th. There will be high drama in the high desert. A 3-day stage race in Victorville, California. Brought to you by Majestic Cycling. Stage 1 on Friday, March 24th. A 5.5 mile time trial. 700 feet elevation change in 5.5. So
4.8% average grade if it's out and back, but I believe it's point to point. So you're looking at a 2.4% grade. It's got some definite upness.
So the rise over the run, about 5%, 700 feet elevation and 5.5 miles on stage 1 at the Victorville Stage Race. Be there, be square. Get registered today.
The breakaway is about 25 seconds behind you. 25 seconds behind you. We try and make this as educational as possible. So I'll give you guys a math rundown. Rise over run. It's a good way of figuring out how steep a gradient is. If you know how much feet are gained, how long the duration is, you can essentially figure out the average gradient. And heads up to the riders behind you.
That's Colleen Gullick, who's a tremendous athlete. She did so awesome at Roger Milliken. Colleen Gullick with the mechanical. Here's your 5-man breakaway streaking through. It looks like Corey Williams picking up that free entry.
So just to paint a picture of you of how good Corey Williams is feeling, I just received a gel wrapper from the motorcycle follow vehicle, and he handed me a gel. It's a SIS, one of Legion's sponsors. So this means Corey kind of drifted back to the motorcycle, hand his gel wrapper so he doesn't get fined or punished for littering, and then went and got back in the break. Just kind of paint a picture of what's going on here. This is little things, doing the detective work for you. That's why they pay us the big bucks here on Sunday, Ontario, California. Absolutely majestic cycling, brought to you by Alfie Sanchez. Here's what I want to see. I want to see Jason Paez break free, break away, and get on the back of the breakaway. Absolutely showing us that fitness. Eli Watson and Jack, they have turned their watts on, and they are on the front, regulating and flirting with disaster. Disaster being getting lapped by the breakaway. The script has flipped, and we can now start giving you the gap to the breakaway, lapping the field. One of my absolute favorite things to do, I get goosebumps thinking about it, is lapping the field. But it does change the dynamic. If they lap the field, they essentially give Corey Williams a lead-out train. Being realistic can definitely change the dynamic, because instead of it just being those 5 guys that you have to contest with, once you lap the field, it is essentially reset to a fresh race with additional teammates. So if they lap the field, they've got Jason Paez, who's been probably only a 2 out of 10 difficulty for him so far, to be able to go on the front and lead Corey out. I'm curious to see what Rex Roberts can do. He's got a depth of fitness. Not an incredible sprint, but who needs one when you've got a diesel engine? Rex Roberts, a former California state champion. I mean, is it really former? The older I get, the better I was, you know? It was a Toby Keith song. I'm not as good as I once was, but I was good once as I ever was. Our field could be getting lapped in the next 2 or 3 laps here. Our breakaway is within eyesight. Like a carrot in front of Seabiscuit. Chasing the back of the peloton. You just about done it, boys. That is indeed the back of the peloton, lapping the field. It's a lifetime accomplishment. Forget uphill in the snow both ways. Back when I was your age, Sonny, I used to lap the field and sit the sprinters on the curb. That was always fun. He made the race so hard that some of the less fit sprinters got to sit on the curb and watch the race. But we could see it all back together within probably 2 laps. If our break stays motivated. We are about 47 minutes into our 70-minute race. My name is Ronnie Toth, and I am joined by David Worthington on the mics, painting a picture, coloring outside the lines, scribbling a visual of what very well could be here in Ontario, California, primo conditions. Scientifically, about 68 degrees Fahrenheit is ideal conditions for endurance sport. That is when most world records go down. Is our peloton setting themselves up to be lapped? A few times I've been in a breakaway that had the opportunity to lap the field, and we intentionally chose not to, based on there being a sprinter in our midst that was just going to get a lead out. Rex Roberts on the front. Ride bikes, bro. On the Wind Space Racing Carbon Pony. My cutesy phrase for bicycle. You know, it's hard to let bike racing go to your head. Here's why. At the end of the day, you're doing a children's activity as a grown man in a onesie with a belly button zipper. You just, think about that for a second. So stay humble. Humble and kind. as the song alludes to. Now, the bicycle is human motion perfected, and as my boy David Worthington says, arguably one of the greatest inventions in human history.
Absolutely. I think the bike is the number one invention of all of mankind in the history of mankind. What have we created that's so efficient? I mean, you don't have to be ultra fit to go out and do a 25-mile ride. You know, imagine trying to do that walking about. No petrochemicals, no batteries. At the end of the world, in dystopia, we're all going to be riding bicycles, provided we can get the air pressure right. And by the way, that butcher box rider, that's Ryan. That's Flying Ryan Jestrap.
You know, you said what's the best human invention? Before you mentioned the power going out and dystopia, and running out of tubes to keep our tires inflated. I'm thinking, what is perfect energy? Human energy perfected. I'd say Bitcoin. That'll make sense in a few years here. 2024 halving coming up. Buy the dip. That means buy it when there's no hype. When your Uber driver and your announcer are not talking about it, that's when you want to buy.
Yeah, I think I just sat down and stepped on a shield over here. Ryan Jestrap, who raced in Turkey last year. Of course, Megan tearing it up with the Olympic team. You know, the Olympics are coming to L.A. in 2028 and going to Paris in 24. So perhaps Megan will be representing on the Summer Games for the United States of America. Ryan Jestrap out there sporting the red hot kit for Butcher Box this year after moving on from Wildlife Generation. So good on Ryan Jestrap.
That would be pretty cool to make it a family affair. Have two siblings attending the same Olympic Games. We are 51 minutes in. Our Peloton putting in a bit of work, single file. Let's see a show of hands from our audience. Who thinks we're going to see our Peloton getting lapped? Got a few hands. They're thinking they stay away. Peloton is single file. But I know these guys don't like racing for fifth. They're for sure disgruntled. We seem to have dispatched one rider. Can he get on? All in right here, bud. All in. Rider number 50. Who do we got?
That's Brandon York in a spot of bother with the savage look on his face, gritting his teeth. Coming unhitched is Brandon York.
Dalton Thornberry emptying the tank, giving it all he has, going home tired. Better to get a great workout. Keep all your skin.
And so 5 become 4 off the front right now. It is a race of attrition at the front.
Back to Agatha Christie's 10 Little Indians. You're going to have to look this book up. But we are down to 4, and then there were 4. So this mysterious millionaire invites 10 sketchy characters out to an island, and they start disappearing one by one. And they're on the mantle of the mansion that they're all staying at on this private island. There's 10 little Indian figurines, and as people go missing or meet their mortal end, the Indians on the mantle disappear, so they say, and then there was 4. So just like our breakaway being whittled down, there's a certain point, if these riders are all taking pulls and your fitness is not up to par, you're just going to end up getting gapped out, and good night.
Well, like a train on the Orient Express, they are choo-chooing through. Here we go. The chase is on. Who done it? We shall see in that break. Omano surviving, Fuller as well. Corey Williams, of course, and sexy Rexy Roberts in the 4-man breakaway.
You know it's hard in this Peloton. They're still getting after it. Single file. Our Peloton not let up. They're just on a different level of fitness. But it seems that our breakaway is motivated to lap the field.
And we just entered laps. We are now officially on 8 laps to go.
Lap cards are a game changer. There's something psychological that happens once you see the lap cards. An extra bit of motivation and oomph has a way of showing up. You know, as a breakaway guy, I'm personally a fan of the 5 to go lap card. It's more of a sneak attack because I would time it, A little insider tips here. I'd be looking at my timer, know how long we've been going, and try and attack just before lap cards. It would be 9 to go out here. Or if it's a 5 to go race, attack with 6 to go. Because once the lap cards are up, the motivation, that second wind has a way of showing up into the sprinter's legs to chase down everything. But it should be fascinating to see whether we are treated to a bunch sprint, all of us together, or a reduced field sprint. What would be fascinating is to see Jason Paez go to the back of that group, let himself off the back, help the group of 4 get back on, and then lead them out. You know, all is fair in love, war, and crit racing. But we've got Jason Paez riding second wheel, regulating. I can tell you this: the race has been hard as far as, you know, category 3, 2 fitness, but Jason Paez has not been put up against the ropes nearly at all, and he is the best indicator for the difficulty of a race.
And here's your break right here. 7 laps remaining, 7 to go. Corey Williams takes a tug, stretching the legs out, joined by Fuller, Rex Roberts, and Matt Omano.
You know, I love having the outsiders announcer's perspective because you get to see the faces. And my hunch is that was a bit of a bluff, because I know what Corey Williams' pain face looks like, and that wasn't it. That was kind of a putting on, bit of acting to try and maybe convince his brakemates that he's a bit more in the box than he actually is. But we shall see. I say he's still got great legs, at least the best of those 4 in our breakaway. Pretty wild seeing them whittled down. Initially, we had 8 riders drop to 7, and then there were 4.
Well, it's funny. Corey Williams, also your state of California state champions, sporting the California Golden Bear on the chest plate. So there is a phrase, don't poke the bear. We shall see if he gets poked or if they're just going to kind of ride simpatico. To your point, no reason to connect if you're in that break other than Corey Williams. He's motivated and has incentivized to get across. In fact, if he bridges, he has enough time to relax. If he gets it done shortly, we're looking at 7 to go.
You know, that is the move, is for Corey to maybe skip a pole, because he really has no reason to try and work with this break other than just a hard training day. But that would probably be the best move is for someone in this breakaway to jump across solo.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. They clarified 6 to go for the break, 7 to go for the peloton. So they are trying to connect right here, right now. That's Omano at the front taking a turn. That is the Tete de la Course doing the work at the front. Your break trying to connect. That is your front runners right here, right now. Omano, Fuller, Corey Williams, and Rex Roberts.
There's definitely a swag factor of having lapped the field. And so it can kind of throw a wrench in some of the tactics or a sound game plan if you're thinking, okay, I just want to get across. Kind of in no man's land, but he is indeed in the money, as his buddy encouraged him. If he just keeps time trialing, keeps his head down, doesn't get caught by the field, he's looking at a 5th place payout. Better to empty the tank than wonder what could have been. Let's get our crowd's opinion. What does our crowd think? Show me a show of hands if you think that our breakaway is indeed going to lap the field. Hand up if you think they're going to lap the field. All right, from our contributing democracy of 3 people deep, the rest are happy to be libertarians, just opt out. Do not have a horse in the race. They're voting that the break does indeed lap the field.
All boats rise with the rising tide, as my friend Dave Wells, who's watching in Atlanta, Georgia, used to say. And right now, in this move, it's knives out, gloves off, as we come down to 5 laps remaining in this bicycle race. 5 laps to go. We are Grupo Compacto on the lap succeeded. Here we go, Ontario, California. Welcome, everybody, to Majestic Cycling. It just doesn't get any better than this.
You know, if you were suffering in that peloton when they lap you, I think they got to subtract a lap there. So just we're all together. That was kind of a freebie from the heavens. If you thought you were going to get dropped, you given a gift of one less lap, 0.8 miles less. that
I don't,
you
I don't
have to
know.
endure.
That's right. I don't know if LA Crits captured this moment, but Chief Official Ed Keck had 2 lap cards on that penultimate lap. That's right. He was doing the backstroke. He had a 5 in one hand and a 6 in the other. All the cards are aces right now. We're all together. We're not confused, but we're not having to score this bad boy in about 5 laps to go. We're going to bloviate and bat around this balloon for excitement, but it is difficult to score, is it not, when you have a lapped condition? Now, if Corey Williams, if he wants to make this simple, that's fine. He's going to try to win the whole thing, but he's going to be in competition for the points. Almano, Fuller, Rex Roberts, all those guys vying in the points competition here in the Majestic Cycling 2023 overall series competition. Every point is dramatic, and we shall see. I mean, Roberts has a good turn of speed. Rex Roberts can really roll. He's got a massive acceleration. He's recovering. They have 4.5 laps to recover. Everybody in that break right now is thinking about mapping it out, checking the blueprint as we come down to 4 laps to go. On cue, Jason Paez at the front.
So we have indeed reached the starting line of Jason Paez's race. He has been relatively fresh this whole race, and now he flips the switch. He gets to show us why they pay him the big boy dollars. And he's going to light it up next 4 laps. Get to watch the Paez show on the front for what is going to be a 2.4 mile lead out train, 4 laps.
Yes. Ronnie, for Alfie Sanchez, I'm Dave Worthington. This is Ronnie Toth. Ronnie, did you see the 1 lap lead up by this young man, Jason Paez? Here, 7 days ago, he took it from the gun, a full lap. There's this really cool video image where he's looping. There's like a camera, like a bird's eye, fisheye view, and you can see Corey just locked in. He does a full lap here on this course 7 days ago. I would say he's got it properly calibrated, talking about Jason Paez. Although here it is a different scenario because he's already at the point with 3-4 to go. Last week, Sunday, 1 lap. And he tore it up and delivered the pay goods, the cargo, all the way to 200 meters. Job done.
Like we watched Jason ride on the front at Valley of the Sun, maybe 4 or 5 laps, pretty much by himself, maybe a little bit of help, but 30 miles per hour average speed for that race. The lead out train is looking at maybe 31, but as predicted, we have the Paez show. The reason for this, if you are not familiar with cycling, the reason for having a rider on the front is it keeps the pace fast enough to where other riders are disincentivized from going off the front. You may be able to go off the front at 32 miles per hour, but how long can you hold that? You hold 32, maybe half a lap? I mean, we're talking world-class fitness. And if they're doing 30, the moment you drop below 30, your gap begins to wane. They bring you back. So the lead-out train, the way it works is they're meant to just kind of keep you in place. They get their guys at the front, they light it up, and it's very difficult to move up in the wind at 30-plus miles per hour.
Well, that's right. And Paez in beast mode right now. He's got C.J. Williams, wheel number 3. So they're lining it up right now. And to your point, Ronnie, it's really about shortening the race for your closer. So you want these 5 laps, 4 laps, 3 laps to feel like a half a lap. In other words, keeping your closer protected, properly protected, well positioned. So you're shortening the race. You're reducing the drama, but you're shortening the effort. So that sprinter comes out of the slipstream theoretically and pounces.
I've got to give a shout out to Brandon York here. Really feel for the guy. So he's currently sitting in 5th place, we believe. And the reason why we feel for him, he's being chased by the entire peloton, the Paez Legion lead-out train, to be able to keep his spot in the money.
Well, I think he's probably solidified 5th because he's halfway up there, right? I think he's got it if he can hang on. Here comes the pack right now. When they come through, it will be 2 laps remaining in this bicycle race. This is Majestic Cycling.
Goodness gracious, please embrace us. Jason Paez on the front showing us 360 watts. Ain't nobody moving up in that wind. Our boy is a one-man wrecking crew. You got C.J. Williams doing his job. going to be the sweeper, protecting Corey's wheel likely, make sure nobody can pop around, particularly Rex Roberts or any one of the brake mates that we had. What are the other two riders that were joining Rex? So technically the top 4, we're looking at Thomas Fuller and Matthew Amano. So our top 4 duking it out. But we very well could see Dante Young perform well in the finish here. He's not going to have won the race, but this kind of gives Dante the opportunity to show off his sprint on fresher legs versus Corey, who's been riding the brake. A little bit of bragging rights between two former teammates and friends. Let's get a show of hands. Who thinks that Dante Young, with a little bit fresher legs sitting in the peloton, is going to be able to beat Corey Williams here? Any bets? Any bets on Dante? All right, we got some believers.
And this is Brandon York right now in 5th position out on course.
All in, baby, all in.
2 laps to go for Brandon York.
You want to get paid, you better kiss that stem, drop a gear, and disappear. Brandon York putting on a sideshow for us. He is within sight. It's going to be interesting if they catch him. Depends how fast his last lap is. We're looking at 1 to go at the line. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
With 1 lap to go, who's it gonna be today? Here in Ontario, California, they are strung out like a street poet in Amsterdam. Strung out like Ben Franklin's kite in Electric Storm. Goodness gracious, it is on. This is Southern California. Thank you for joining us. Presented by Majestic Cycling.
Looks like we don't have the full commitment or depth of a lead-out train that we would normally have if they had a deeper field. Jason Paez is mortal after all. A little bit of a clumping. We're not quite as single file as Legion would like to see, which is going to lead Corey to need to freelance a bit. Let's see how Rex Roberts is going to be able to see the tank go home tired. We're on the back stretch, shaking it out. We are now single file, riders fighting for position. We got a solo rider. Looks like that is our guy fighting for 5th. And here they come. Should have visual momentarily. David Worthington going to bring it home. Can he stay away for 5th? All in, baby. Bring it home.
Here we go on the final 200-meter gallop. It's a little bit of shake and bake, a little bit of rock and roll as they come through the slipstream. It looks like Corey Williams taking the win and Alejandro Shea taking the bunch. Corey Williams, boom, one shining moment. He has done it, striking gold, Legions of Los Angeles.
Goodness, that is not something you see often, is someone be able to beat Corey in a sprint. Granted, he rode the brake, and they got more or less a free ride in the peloton, but I believe that was one of our juniors riders.
Alejandro Shea making Paul, making the Patriarch very proud. Alejandro Shea taking that. He's one of our riders representing the United States of America. They're going to Roubaix in a couple weeks' time with Luke Fetzer selected on the U.S. National Juniors program. So congratulations, Alejandro Shea.
Pretty incredible. Just goes to show that everyone bleeds. You know, some of the heroes and the legends of our sport. At 35 miles per hour, everyone bleeds. Now, there's the Mike Tyson quote, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. The cycling equivalent is everyone has a plan until we're doing 35 miles per hour in a crosswind. This goes to show that, you know, anyone can be beat. You know, Corey softened up his own legs by kind of doing a bit of a training day, riding in the break. But granted, the riders were lapped, but with a good enough sprint, good positioning, you know, some of these junior riders have great potential. They're putting in the work when no one's looking, and so they can shine when all eyes are on them. They just got to kick themselves for not making the break.
Absolutely. I mean, again, we see the trajectory, because certainly the legs of one Corey Williams, there's disillusion. We've been out there so many laps. They're out there for about 40 minutes, I believe, maybe 45 minutes of that race, of a 70-minute race. So it wasn't an honest sprint, but hey, tip of the hat to Alejandro Shea. We've got the future looks very bright with the kids like Luke Fetzer out there with YouTube and the young Alejandro Shea. His dad was in the race as well. This looks like, is this Brandon York? Yes, 5th on the road, Brandon York. So Shea will get 6th place by winning the bunch. This is your 5th place finisher today in our men's Pro 1. Timeout. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's Luke Fetzer. I hope he's okay. Luke Fetzer coming across. So 5th is still out on course. Let's please keep the course clear. Judges will suss it out. It looks like he may have come through. Yeah, so in the words of Vince Scully, in a year unlike no other, the most improbable thing has happened.
Good job. Rex Roberts driving the brake. Five. And we were down to 4 breakaway riders by the end. Rex Roberts, come over here and chat with us. Tell us how that break went out.
And so good to see Mango Fetzer here in the house from Laguna Beach, California. Mango, thank you so much, and good luck to Luke. 2 weeks' time. Oh, man, the future looks very, very bright. Rex Roberts is going to come by and have a brief chat with Ronnie. It's good to see Rex Roberts putting on a good show for us here today. That break was tremendous.
Oh, we got to love having the live feed out here. LACrits.com, bringing you that live feed. It kind of gives us game day footage. How much do you love, Rex, be able to have the post-race game day footage to analyze thereafter?
Dude, it is incredible. I appreciate Ray Mars and all the work he's doing with LA Crits. I'm going back. I'm watching the replay of this multiple times, breaking down to see where I made mistakes, where I can improve. So, yeah, I really appreciate everyone out here that's putting in the hard work to make this stream happen.
My favorite part is be able to analyze what specific riders' pain faces look like, because it is, especially in a breakaway, as you know, just minutes ago, driving the brake all afternoon, be able to know what someone's pain face looks like when they're at a 9 out of 10, when they're at a 10 out of 10, gives you ammunition for next time. You know, so how did it play out in the breakaway? What did the tactics look like? Was everybody working together? We were kind of joking about Agatha Christie's 10 Little Indians book coming to life of starting with 7 or 8 guys and down to 4 by the end. Did you debate?
The race was getting really hard, and you could feel that the elastic was going to snap, and everything kind of bunched back together. A guy just rolled off the front like it was no big deal. I looked under my arm. I had a gap, and I just crept on up to him. And it was as easy as that. It wasn't a big, hard acceleration. We just kind of slipped away, opened up a little bit of a gap, and then we had a few guys bridge up to us. So we weren't exactly sure what was happening behind. We just knew we had to go pretty deep, and we did that. And then once Corey and another rider bridged up, it was like game changer, all in. Corey was cracking the whip. He was vocal and communicating to all the riders, telling everybody, let's go, we got this, this is the winning move. So, yeah, it was pretty exciting.
Extremely exciting. We're talking to Rex Roberts right now with Ride Bikes on the domestic elite team, and what a fantastic ride. So, Rex, confirmation, top 4. Do you feel like, where do you think you finished?
I believe I got 3rd. Yeah, so back to your question about whether it was a debate to lap the field, or we were pretty much going all in. There was a couple guys that dropped out. I mean, either way, Corey would probably end up winning. So I was happy to lap the field just to get a little bit of a break. And, yeah, I think I came in 3rd there behind Matthew, and Corey got the win. So congratulations to him and Legion. I mean, they're an inspiration for sure, just coming out here and making the race hard. They're not counting on a sprint. They're keeping it aggressive, and it's great to see. We got some great bike racing here in SoCal.
Well, Rex Roberts, you had a party today. The party was on the patio, and you were on the 50-yard line. You had a tremendous ride today, brother. Great legs, a terrific performance. Way to put on a show.
And just to give some of our younger riders an idea of something to shoot for, what was the normalized power for that race, and what was the average speed? I like to always get kind of the rundown. And give us your height, just so they can kind of compare. Because comparing your normalized power to somebody that's 6'9" is going to be a little bit different than someone's 5'11".
Yeah, so the average speed was about 27.8, and my normalized power was 311. Average power was 288. I'm about 165 pounds, 5'9". Max sprint 14:23 there in the end, so I still had some left over. Happy with that. And yesterday at Rosina Ranch, I normalized 350 for the first hour and 327 for the full 2 hours of the race. So I'm pretty happy that I can come back on day 2 and still have legs to go in the breakaway and finish off with a strong sprint.
So hindsight's obviously 2020. How do you go about beating Corey Williams when you're in a 4-man break? Is there anything you can think of in hindsight you could have done differently?
Well, if we did want to beat him, for sure we wouldn't have wanted to lap the field. It would have been better to kind of hold back a little bit, and then we can all watch him. It's such a long sprint with the headwind, too, that, if he went early, there's a chance you can get on his wheel and try and sneak up behind him. But, yeah, I mean, it's still early in the season. Like, I got 6th place yesterday. That was my best result so far, 3rd today. So I'm moving on up, baby steps, can't jump right to the top.
Any goals for the rest of your season? I know you're defending California champ in years past. Got the women's pro race about to take off. Give us a slight pause for Rexy here. Got Georgetta getting sassy on the line.
And they are off and underway. Our women elite 1, 2, 3. You're racing for 50 minutes out on course.
Back here with Rex Roberts making moves. The Rex, you won the California State Championship. I believe that was the road race. We called that the solo time trial state championships based on how windy it was that day. I believe it's San Luis Rey. Does that course suit you, or what are some goals like for the rest of your season? You alluded to being early and a long season, so lay it on us.
Yeah, I love San Luis Rey, and I'm really excited that race is back on the calendar. It's about an 8-minute climb, which is a good effort for me. My power curve is well suited to that kind of effort. Maybe a little on the heavy side right now. Try and drop a few pounds before that race comes up. Guys like John Janik is an absolute specialist at that kind of effort. So there's a lot of strong guys on the local scene. It's going to be hard to get that championship back on my back, but I'm going to do what I can to try. The training has been going really well. I'm moving into my next block here, and we're just preparing for the summertime. So I'm planning on taking my van out, being on the road for a couple months this summer. The first stop is going to be Gravel Locos, where I'm going to be helping out the Ride Bikes brand. And then I'm going to be going to Tulsa Tough, Quad Cities Crit, Tour of America's Dairyland, hopefully Nationals, and that will pretty much wrap up the summer trip. So I'm really excited.
Thank you, Rex. We appreciate you putting on a show, animating the heck out of the race. Well done. We look forward to seeing you in the future. Have a great rest of your weekend, bud.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, Rex Roberts. We'll see you at Victorville. Victorville Stage Race. Remember, everybody, March 24th, 25th, and 26th.
Got a relatively small field in the women's race, which with this wind is going to make it one heck of a sufferfest. They're just going to be absolutely kicking each other for the duration of an hour, getting after it. Our women's field all together. iSpeed Racing Georgetta, Romanian national champion on the front. International field of talent. The wind is definitely picking up as the day goes on, as promised. We gave you the full spectrum of weather today. From rain, skipping the sleet and snow, back to sunshine and sunny Southern California clear skies. We went from wet pavement, almost gathering puddles, to nearly completely dry for the women's main event of the day.
And Priscilla Savard won this race last Sunday, in an exciting breakaway.
Beautiful. Three on one. That was fascinating to watch.
That's right, in the Romanian rocket, Georgeta Ungureanu taking second last week. I think she's got a plan today to try to take that top step. I know Melissa, the Comet Haley, is out there with Team Mommies.
Georgetta racing on tired legs last week. That was pretty incredible. She hopped in the men's race and immediately after, peeling the number, hopping in with what's left in the women's race, and then getting caught in a 3-on-1 breakaway. The world versus Romania. You had the in-cycle mommies rolling 3 deep. Ended up being a 4-girl breakaway. Team tactics, lather, rinse, repeat. Send one up the road, make her chase. On repetition until something sticks.
And right on cue, Mommy's at the front. Feline Endus, MD, at the front, and looks like they're having a meeting in the back. I think that Haley is going to launch. Feline Enders had a tremendous race at Roger Milliken.
Goodness, give me flashbacks to last week when I see 2 in-cycle riders like prowling lioness sitting on Georgetta. 1 in-cycle rider up the road just waiting for Georgetta to jump across. It's very precarious of not wanting to waste energy versus letting something slink up the road without you in it. But in-cycle is definitely applying the team tactics early. Looks like they have 2 girls marking Georgetta, 1 up the road, slight gap. See if we can check our live stream. Presented by Ray Mars and family. Maria Mars, making you look way too cool on the internet webs. Immortalizing you forever on YouTube and lacrits.com. The woman is an enigma. What she's doing back here, clicking keys, mousing about on the screen. No, it's just an honest day of work, she says.
Marie and Ray Mars, what a beautiful couple indeed.
It's like we are all together. High-speed racing on the front. Should have visual momentarily. That tailwind, call it a tailwind on one side, headwind on the other. They're all back together. I'm saying we got an attack in about 5 seconds. And there it is on cue. Left side, strong side. Lighten it up in the drops. We are single file. Joy McCulloch giving birth to a breakaway.
Wow, Joy was ripping through here, crushing the pedals. My goodness, Joy McCulloch throwing it down.
Giving birth not long ago to her son, Seamus. He's out here in the kids' race. He is only going to move up in the standings. Finish maybe 10th today. Just want to make sure I get that on record. Seamus McCulloch finishing 10th in the kids' race here at Ontario. Because someday we're going to watch him absolutely ripping legs off. It's going to have a huge old man purse full of legs of his competition that he has stuffed into a bag and said, "Good night. If you need me, I will be up the road, mashing pedals and chasing medals, making my mama proud." That mama is Joy McCulloch in our women's pro race here. Just a few years after giving birth, she finds herself back in the women's pro peloton. I call it the pillow time because when you're mid-pack, you're just resting. It's cozy. Even downright snuggly in there, doing 150 watts while the person on the front's doing 450. Pillow time. I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors. State Farm Insurance, Nicole Vong, bringing it to you, making this possible. Ontario, race number 3. Realty Masters, brought to you by Kathy Sanchez. Jessup Auto Plaza, Andy Jessup. Rode with you yesterday in Palm Springs. I'm sorry for putting that stang in my quads. Sorry, not sorry. Going up Thousand Palms Canyon. What, 370 watts, just holding wheels. Regroup at Dillon and then rip on down. In-cycle mommies on the front coming through. We're going to light them up for a preem lap, product preem.
Product Preem, a Product Preem on the line. Product Preem, Bang Energy. All right, sports fans, I got confirmation on that field sprint. Naturally, Corey Williams wins the race. But yes, indeed, in the bunch, Alejandro Che, Ryan Jestrab, and then Corey Williams. Of course, Corey was a full lap up, but those are the young riders, the up-and-comers. Shea, Jestrab, and Fetzer, all in the mix, measuring against the best in the U.S. So Fetzer, Ryan Jestrab, and Shea were battling. And, it was a simulation race, of course. So that means Alejandro Che finishes 6th. In 7th, Ryan Jestrab. In 8th, Luke Fetzer. So Jestrab is with Butcher Box. Yes, he's in the red jersey. So the man in no man's land, Brandon York, finishing 5th. In 4th, Thomas Fuller with Ice Speed Racing. In 3rd place, Rex Roberts. Had a great chat with him post-game. 2nd place, Matthew Amano. And in first place, Corey Williams with Legions of Los Angeles.
Pretty incredible to Alejandro Che and Ryan Jestrab. Granted, they're not riding in the brake. They're not nearly as tired as Corey Williams, just having to drill it in the brake for 40, 50, 60 minutes even. But very seldom do you see anyone come around one of the Williams brothers. So kudos to Alejandro and Ryan. Getting to test out their fresh legs against.
And bear in mind, Luke Fetzer got 3rd to a 2nd Corey, this year earlier, about a month ago. First place was a Huntsman up the road. So Fetzer only trailed by 1 bike on Corey on an honest sprint. Feline Endis now putting her stamp on this race.
Nose breathing Feline. Incredible. Doesn't even need to open up the main exhaust channel. She's closed mouth on the hoods. Just looks like she's tempoing, not even full gas yet. Pretty decent sized gap.
And Randy Gino coming across 2nd out on course.
Tail gunning in our women's race. Reagan Lunsford trying to find that wheel. Pro men's podium. About to post up on Instagram. Make you famous. Additionally, a lot of you guys are already famous. Famous like my boy Seamus McCulloch in the future. Brian McCulloch's son going places. It's always a little precarious with cycling kids is how much pressure to put on them versus encouragement. Our men's podium, David Worthington with the deets.
Well, sure. Rounding out the top 10 was Austin Carroll in 10th. And our pro men 1, 2, 3. Dante Young standing coming in across the line at 9th.